Hey, what's going on, guys? I am attorney Michael Ehline, and look, I know you guys have been busy for the holidays because typically I'll get a ton more viewers and subscribers than I've been getting the last couple of days. But I also know that there's a lot of moms out there. Honestly, I know it because I have one. My mom's down in San Marcos, who come from divorced families or whatever, and you don't have anything better to do because all you think about is your kids. And I'm here for you. So here I am, the day before Thanksgiving. And I'm here to tell you that you live in the greatest country on the planet, despite the fact of what happened with Jekyll Island and corrupt politicians who destroyed our currency system. We're going to have an amazing show tonight. I'm going to have Brett Pike pipe in a little bit later. Hopefully I can get Max Bonilla to show up too. But we're going to get into the history of America, the non-Marxist history. Because the Marxist history is what you learn in the public school system, which is an anti-American worldview. Stand by. My audio kind of got messed up. The Marxist view of history is we're going to be taught in the public school system and in the government funded / forgive your debt for a free education history. That's what you're going to be taught, how to hate your country, how to hate basically white people, right? Because it's all about trying to create division based upon race or something, but it's always about creating division because the banksters get to control you if they can make that work. And so I'm going to have Brett Pike come on later, and we're going to get into it a little bit more because he's my main man, Brett Pike, classical learner. Brett Pike is a homesteader and a homeschooler, everything that I wish that I probably should have been, would have been. But ultimately, I realized that you can't get anywhere in this world unless you're a lawyer or have a law degree or a law license. So I'm here for all you single moms who got stuck, and for all you single dads who got stuck, who still believe in the dream that was Rome. I mean, America. I just saw a Gladiator again, the part 2. Best movie ever made. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. The best movie ever made was Gladiator part 1. And when we had a Senate and a Republic right before the Caesars took over, like the Obamas, right? So let's get into that a little bit, and we're gonna have so much fun tonight, guys, because I realize tonight's not a night where I'm chasing views, likes, or subscribers. It's a night where you get to discover the beautiful and amazing history of America, and that's what we're gonna do tonight. So let me look over in the sidebar because I'm not expecting a whole lot of people. I got BZ Watchdog right on, BZ. By the way, guys, BZ Watchdog had an amazing show today because it showed who BZ Watchdog really is. And it is that he believes in protection and self-defense because he is a Marine like me, and that's what we're all about. And so I got to really finally see who BZ really is. He sells self-defense products. And there's no shame, by the way, guys, in wanting to promote what you do for a living. Despite the fact that these idiot losers who get like 40 views on their channels, like can't remember the guy's name because he's so insignificant, but I'll try to think of it. My hard drive's spinning, but he has a Clint Eastwood accent and he likes to constantly attack Chile, but obviously it's not working out for him. He's got the minus 40 IQ crowd following him around. So it tells me that we're winning. By the way, guys, give me a bunch of ones for Chile getting his channel back and for him just staying after the task. Me being someone who comes from a broken home in many ways, I have a lot of respect for the guy. Chile de Castro at Delete Laws. Give him a bunch of likes and subscribes. Give a bunch of likes and subscribes to BZ Watchdog and my good friends, Let's OTVO, and of course, Brick Jonesy, obviously. But we're going to have a lot of fun tonight, guys. Hey, Gabe, good seeing you, brother. So Gabe Perez is one of my good homeboys. So I want to tell you a little bit about my homie Gabe. Gabe was there for me when I was going through a lot of problems in my life, where I was afraid that I was going to lose everything that I held dear. And he was there for me, and he's still there for me. And I feel obligated to always look after him. So do me a favor, guys, and like and subscribe to Gabe's channel, because I'm going to help him build his channel and help him become a powerhouse on YouTube and Patreon and all the other really cool channels. Tonight was a really big day for me, or night for me, day and night, because I left work early today to hang out with my wife and my daughter and have a really amazing Thanksgiving celebration, because I'm in the sidebar. And by the way, Brett, this is not a normal show. We've got 67 people in the show right now. Normally we'd have about 300 or 400. The issue is it's the night before Thanksgiving, Jimmy, and there's just not a lot of people here. But he was falsely accused and convicted of a crime he didn't commit. And I was here chastising all the people who are so happy because they didn't like his personality, that he got convicted, and we got his case reversed on appeal. And so I was here like thanking the guys for supporting him, for not falling for the majority, the democratic view, right? 51%, right? Well, you're guilty because 51% say so. But Ben Franklin said a democracy is where two wolves and a sheep show up and decide what's on the menu for lunch. And a republic is where two wolves and a well-armed sheep shows up to contest the vote. And so I was talking about that. And this is a terrific way to segue you in to talk about Thanksgiving and the history of Thanksgiving. And I didn't even get a chance to show your video about what happened with the what do we call it? Hold on one second. Stand by. We talked about what was the name of that tribe, Brett?
The first Thanksgiving Indians, the Wampanoag.
The Wampanoag. Okay, so really quick, Brett, before we start the show, I want to share this video so I can introduce you to my audience, because a lot of these guys don't know who you are, and we'll get into it from there.
And that's the real agenda. And it's why my course on the Thanksgiving story is one of my favorite that I've put together, as is my course on the Iroquois Confederacy. And I know people get angry because the true history triggers their indoctrination, but true history is awesome, and it's so important that our children learn it. And the Iroquois were awesome, but if you take away their agency, you actually disrespect the Erie people, the Susquehannock and the Huron, all of who were massacred by the Iroquois during the Beaver Wars. Check out my private homeschool community and my books on how information is controlled, our rights, the history of fake news, the importance of healthy living, how the food system was corrupted, and so much more. ClassicalLearner.com.
Here we go. Let's just watch this from the beginning, guys.
Here's the Thanksgiving story you were never told. When the Pilgrims arrived in America, 3 arrows wrapped in snakeskin were left at their camp, and they responded by returning bullets wrapped in snakeskin. Well, the exchange was with the Narragansett, who were the dominant tribe in the region, and they had been bullying the Wampanoag. So the Wampanoag saw an opportunity and formed a sort of military alliance with the Pilgrims, in which they agreed to protect each other from the Narragansett. And the rest is history. Well, over the next 50 years, there were all kinds of military alliances and fights. Tribes against tribes, settlers and tribes against other tribes. Well, land was often traded in exchange for military protection, but this would lead to misunderstandings. The natives often thought...
I'm trying to make the video move. I don't know what's going on, Brett, but I'm trying.
The land they traded was temporary. The settlers thought it was permanent, or the tribes would lie that land was their land when it actually belonged to other tribes. Well, this led to misunderstanding and conflict. And 54 years after the first Thanksgiving, the Wampanoag, the tribe at that Thanksgiving, launched an attack and started King Philip's War against the Pilgrims. Well, the Wampanoag would go to the Mohawk to form an alliance, but rather than help, the Mohawk massacred them because the Iroquois had their own interest in becoming the dominant tribes in the region. And that's what happened to the first Thanksgiving Indians. But that history, the real history, is not what Americans are taught in school, because there is an agenda to rewrite history through the Marxist lens of oppressed versus oppressors. In reality, history is extremely nuanced. The settlers did things right, and they did a lot wrong. And the natives did things right and did a lot wrong. And the proper way to study history is to have an honest conversation about the agency of each group and then examine and learn so you can know what not to do in the future. But the Marxist agenda wants you to only ascribe agency to one group and give the other group no agency at all. The oppressed versus oppressor worldview. And this is done because if they could alter people's perception of where they came from, they could manipulate the way they see the world today. And that's the real agenda. And it's why my course on the Thanksgiving story is one of my favorite that I've put together, as is my course on the Iroquois Confederacy. And I know people get angry because the true history triggers their indoctrination, but true history is awesome, and it's so important that our children learn it. And the Iroquois were awesome, but if you take away their agency, you actually disrespect the Erie people, the Susquehannock, and the Huron, all of who were massacred by the Iroquois during the Beaver Wars. Check out my private homeschool community and my books on how.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and Brett, by the way, I'm going to try to re-cue that video, but at least we got the audio. But here's the issue, guys, and I'm going to introduce you to Brett in 1 second. So I was talking to Brett earlier today about the socialist history of the Pilgrims, and I sent him a video earlier. I don't know if he had a chance to look at it, but there was a pact made by the shipping company that socialism would have to be experimented by the original Pilgrims. And obviously it didn't work. And after a couple of years, because nobody wanted to work because they were expecting their neighbor to pay all their bills, socialism was ended in this country. And then we'll get into Thanksgiving. So what Brett did is he exposed the fact that there were a couple of Pilgrims, a couple of hundred, Brett? Did you say? How many were there? Do you know?
I don't know the exact number, but there's a good amount.
Yeah, but it wasn't that many. I mean, how many ships were there? Like 4 or 5?
Yeah, not even 3.
Okay, so maybe a couple of hundred. I'm just assuming. Look, I don't know the exact numbers, guys, but the bottom line is they were outnumbered by the so-called American Indians. And most people, Brett, I'll be honest with you, most kids think that Christopher Columbus landed like in North America. That's how brainwashed they are by the Marxist-run school system. They don't understand that San Salvador and North America are very far apart. But they don't get it. But the bottom line is the Pilgrims were sent here to the United States because they wanted religious freedom from the king. Is that a fair statement, Brett? I mean,
well, yeah, the King of England had declared himself the head of the Church of England, and anyone who wasn't worshiping the state church, they faced prosecution. So that really is the religious liberty origins of the United States of America. And one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is when they see the Declaration of Independence and we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. The reason that's in there is because the ancestors of the people that had written that document were escaping a monarch that had declared themselves chosen by God, right? Divinely chosen. So when they say that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, what they were saying is we hold these truths to be self-evident that God didn't choose this person over us, that God chose us all. And, we have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that's really the origins of that. So America is rooted in religious liberty. And unfortunately, the way the manipulators have used that has been, there's been attempts to actually remove that liberty and to attack people's ability to practice religion in the modern world. So everything gets inverted by the people that have had power, at least in the last decade or two. But there is a big comeback happening in America right now, and you can just feel the energy. It's contagious, and we are making waves. And, as far as that socialism thing that you brought up, government's going to do what the government's going to do, but we are building things. We are building I'm personally building the education system in the private sector better than the government ever could. And there's people doing that type of thing everywhere. It's beautiful, it's American, and just feel the momentum, baby, because we're coming.
Well, so Brett, I'm going to try and share your link because for whatever reason, we only got audio on it. Now, I was able to get it to finally start doing video. Would you be cool if I share this one more time? I mean, are you?
Yeah, they don't got to see the video. I mean, I'm ugly anyway. But apparently I do have the Morgan Freeman voice because people have been using the audio on one of my videos I did months back, and they're getting like 30 million views on it. So I told Nicole that she didn't know that, she was married to the new Morgan Freeman now. So yeah, I don't benefit from it, but glad to see it going around.
Well, I just want to share it with my audience because like a lot of the people don't understand that, for example, the Spanish conquistadors, like we're taught in the Marxist run education system that basically, the Spanish with their technology conquered those poor Indians and took Mexico. They took El Salvador. They took Honduras, Guatemala, whatever. But what they're not taught in the public schools is that these were warring tribes, and that what was going on is their families were being destroyed by warring the other tribe.
I was going to say that the Aztecs have been ripping their hearts out for the last 5 decades, and they wanted revenge.
Right, ripping the hearts out of their neighbors, and neighbors wanted revenge. But like the new president of Mexico, the World Economic Forum president of Mexico, she's all about like, the evil Spanish, they need to pay reparations. And I'm like thinking to myself, wait a minute, what about all those tribes that finally got like freedom from the Aztecas, right? Like how many conquistadores do you think there were? Maybe 1,000?
Well, this is why the Marxist lens is so dangerous, because you could frame anything to be oppressed versus oppressors, and then under that frame you can make any people the good people and any people the bad people. So like one of the things, it's so funny because you always see the left and you're not tolerant, right? And people like me and you will say, well, we need secure borders and maybe we need to start controlling immigration and put a halt on that because the people that make up the American nation are being replaced. And they'll say, oh, you're not tolerant of people from other parts of the world. Well, if we're going to play that game and you're going to look at things through that worldview, which you shouldn't, I could just as easily go back to them and say, you're not tolerant of my culture. You don't think I deserve to have a culture. You believe that people should flood my country from another world and destroy American traditionalism, which under the definition that they use for the Native Americans, which we could talk about that, would mean they're actually pro the genocide of the American nation. So you could just as easily throw that back in their face and say, oh, so you're pro genocide, right? You can't say that. You can't say that we should have open borders. That's intolerant. It's intolerant of me and my people and my ancestors. Right now, of course, these are all, nonsense Marxist arguments. We could talk about the real reasons why the borders need to be closed and secured for a very long time, because we do need to protect our nation. But you see how they play these games. And once you understand what they're doing, you realize it's all nonsense. And that's why I love what I do with education, because we could teach these kids to see it from a very young age so that they pinpoint it right away and go, nah, that's nonsense. It's not going to fly.
Right. And so Brett, you know that my kids are being homeschooled now, finally. And I recognize that you try to focus on the younger generation, right? Like 13 and under. Is that a fair statement?
No, we're full throttle. We have children K all the way through high school. And I mean, I'm biased, but in my opinion, every parent in America should have their kids in our program, because the beautiful thing about it is you could pick and choose what you want to use. So a lot of it's not appropriate, but there's certain aspects of it that are critical, where you talk about our intro to logic course. You talk about our critical thinking and discernment course. Well, if you have a child in public school and they're taught proper critical thinking and discernment. They're taught the logical fallacies, how to source information, evaluate claims, primary documents, secondary documents, to be able to visualize their intellectual self-defense. So like, how should I filter this information? There's so much information coming at me. How do I filter it through my brain? Well, once you train them how to do that, and they go into their public school classroom with their Marxist teacher, and they start spewing nonsense, your child's going to recognize it right away. So whether you're homeschooling or not, every parent should have their kids in our courses. And then in terms of, 15, 16, 17-year-olds, whatever it might be, everything that I do, everything that we do is designed to get these kids ready for the real world. So right now I'm teaching a course by popular demand. I was doing history stuff, but the kids wanted it, so I give them what they want. They wanted me to teach a course on marketing. They all see me on social media, and they want to do their YouTube channels and their businesses. So I'm teaching a course on marketing right now. And I mean, the kids are learning how to get their message out there, how to get their product out there. And this is the type of stuff that gets them ready to succeed in the real world. And I always tell parents, the mark of a worthy education should be whether or not an 18-year-old is capable of living a free and independent life.
Amen.
That's the restoration of American rugged individualism. And that's what makes America great, along with some of the things you touched upon already. We could talk about free speech. We could talk about the right to bear arms. You brought up democracy versus trials, a uniquely American idea, this concept that the government cannot accuse you of a crime and just lock you away in a cell, but a juror of your peers, and we might not like it. It's not perfect. We may not like the jury system, but a jury of your peers is a lot better than some government bureaucrat being able to say, we don't like what you did. We don't like what you said. You go to jail. And that goes all the way back to John Adams, who people forget this, but after the Boston Massacre, and you could imagine John Adams, I mean, this is the Sons of Liberty. These are the most patriotic of patriots in the history of this country. John Adams, knowing that everyone would be absolutely furious with him, and he was ready to take those bullets, possibly literally speaking, he was ready to take those bullets. He defended the English soldiers who were behind the Boston Massacre, and he actually got them off. And when he wrote about it, he wrote that he believed in due process and a fair trial, and he would be a hypocrite if he did not believe that they should get that as well. And these are the foundations of what makes America great. And these are the type of things that we need to just drive home, because like I said, I could just feel the momentum. It's in the air and it's great.
You're right, Brett. I feel the same thing. I feel like Americans are sick and tired of being lied to by the communist-run news media, the leftist, Marxist-run education system, and they're just craving, especially parents like me. Like as a father, someone who works so many hours knowing that I have to give all this money to some government employee union, basically, every time you pay taxes, right? You're sending money to the SEIU, to some government employee union that is basically a Marxist organization that then donates that money to a political party that hates me, who thinks that I'm toxically masculine, right? Is that a fair statement? I mean, I'm asking you, like.
Yeah, but in spite of all of it, in spite of all the problems and the slow mechanisms and the corruption and the rot and what the intelligence communities have been doing, which I think was beyond the scope of what the founders were able to see could occur. Otherwise, there would have been more checks and balances put in place for that. But in spite of all of that, you can still see the system working in spite of all of the lies. I mean, New Jersey almost voted for Donald Trump. And I'm not saying that Trump is some savior. I think he has big problems in certain areas.
Big problems.
I think that he is beholden to Israel, which is a problem. But with that being said, he represents something. He represents a rejection of that establishment, and that people still see it's all lies. And from that alone, from a rhetorical standpoint, you see that America lives, America is thriving, and the people there's a resurgence. We're fighting back, and all we have to do is just keep our borders closed enough that the numbers don't get too crazy, and we will take this country back. And they damn well know it. And it's a beautiful thing. And now what you see is with this resurgence, as people see through the propaganda, they're realizing how you actually take your power back, right? Because we can say they're trying to replace us. Well, they can replace us if we have no children. They can replace us if they have one child. But what the resurgence really is people realizing that we need another baby boom, that people are starting to realize that family is true wealth, not money.
That's
not
it. That's all that matters, man.
So people, and I see it because I see the homeschool families, they're having 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 children, and they're not sending them to these liberal indoctrination camps. They're keeping them home, and they're raising them with the values that they hold, the values that their grandparents held. What a concept. And when we look forward, when we project that forward to 20 years, to 50 years, the children of the age of the awakening are going to be the greatest force this country has ever seen. And I couldn't be more optimistic about it.
Well, Brett, I have to agree with you because less than 3% of America actually participated in the physical revolution against the king. So that kind of like what you're saying makes sense, because although the homeschool community is very small, it's the awakened, not the woke, brainwashed Marxist people, but the awakened people who recognize that there's no such thing as oppressor versus oppressed, right? Is that a fair statement?
Well, it's a worldview. And yeah, there are authoritarians, there is oppression. But the truth is, when you look through history or any conflict, there's a lot of nuance, and every group has agency to some degree. And as soon as you start putting it through the oppressed versus oppressors, what you're really saying is that these groups don't have agency. So let's take a look at let's look at an example of how that actually plays out, right? So we wanted to talk about Native American history, right? This is Thanksgiving. It's my favorite annual pastime to piss a lot of people off by talking about the real history of what happened with the Native Americans. So the Pilgrims come to the Americas, and they get here, and they don't know what they're up against. And 3 arrows with a snakeskin wrapped around it is left at their camp. And they understood that it came from this group that is the Narragansett. So they took some bullets, wrapped them in snakeskin, and they sent them to the Narragansett camp. And that was viewed as a signal of strength, and the Narragansett backed up. But the Wampanoag, who had been fighting with the Narragansett, and they were having a hard time, they were getting beat pretty bad, saw this as an opportunity. So now the Wampanoag, they go to the Pilgrims, and they say, oh, they weren't invited in. Yes, they were. They were absolutely invited in. The Wampanoag were happy to see these foreign people because they said, we need help dealing with the Narragansett. So they invited the Pilgrims in. They didn't just teach them how to make food because they were so nice and the Pilgrims suck. They did it because the Pilgrims offered military protection, and the Pilgrims saw them as the same thing as well. They said, this is great. Let's form an alliance, and if the Narragansett attack, we'll deal with them together. And there's a lot of agency there, right?
But Brett, hold on. I got to stop you. The Narragansett were a totally different race of people. They didn't care about race or oppression. They cared about their families, right? I mean, is that what we're talking about?
Well, yeah, they cared about their families, and they wanted to be the dominant tribe in the region. And because of that, they had been warring with the Wampanoag because they wanted to dominate the trade lines.
The trade lines. No different than the Europeans, right?
No different.
Right. That's what I wanted to get at. Go ahead. Keep talking.
So the Wampanoag had agency in that, right? That they decided it would be a good idea to invite a foreign people in because to help them deal with their own problems, right? They weren't dealing with them internally. They weren't figuring out how to be stronger, right? And
with better technology. They found someone with better technology.
Yeah, that led to some problems for them. And the Narragansett, they could have peacefully coexisted with the Wampanoag, but, they had their own greedy ambitions, and they were, using some leverage on them, and they were bullying them. And well, then the Wampanoag invited a bigger bully in, and then it became, a power struggle. And over the next 50 years, you had a lot of these shifting military alliances, the Pequot, different tribes, and there'd be all these shifting military alliances, and everyone was vying for trade routes and for power and for dominance. And what would happen is tribes would come to the Pilgrims and they would say, let's do a military alliance and you can have this land. And then there'd be misunderstandings because later the tribes would come back and say, well, yeah, that was a temporary thing. And they'd say, no, you traded us the land and we gave you weaponry and protection and whatnot. And now it's our land. And now there's encroachment. So there's cultural differences and misunderstandings. Then you have certain tribes who would go to the Pilgrims, not just the Pilgrims, by the way, they did this amongst each other. And they would say, hey, this is our land. We'll give you this land if you give us that. And then later, the Pilgrims or whoever it was would find out that, they might have been lying. It wasn't exactly their land, but they were saying it was. And now again, now the Pilgrims are settled there. And it's very easy to say, oh, we'll just pick up and leave. No, I think we're going to stay. So this would lead to all these misunderstandings and conflicts. Well, fast forward 54 years, and the Wampanoag Sachem, their leader, had passed away, and his son, who is known as King Philip, took power, and he didn't like what was going on. He didn't like the deals that his father had made. Well, you had this guy, John Sassaman, and Sassaman comes in. He was a Native American. His English name was John Sassaman, but he was a native. And he goes to the Pilgrims and says, listen, I have intel, and the Wampanoag and a couple other tribes are about to attack you. Well, Sassaman goes for a stroll, and he gets ambushed and murdered. This is witnessed, and it turns out it was 3 Wampanoag warriors. And they were put on trial, not just by the Pilgrims, but there were 6 Native American elders who sat on this trial, and they were unanimously convicted of the murder, and they were executed. Well, shortly after that, the Wampanoag used that as a rallying call. The Wampanoag and those tribes they had been planning with launched an attack on the Pilgrims and decimated one of their villages. Pilgrims respond, it goes to a full-fledged war. So now they're at war, and the Wampanoag have an idea. They're going to make the trek, and they're going to go to Mohawk territory. Mohawk, of course, are a member of the Iroquois Confederation. If you know anything about the Mohawk, they were badass. I mean, they were a cool historical group.
Sure were.
The Mohawk could get down, and the tribes knew that. So they go to the Mohawk, and they say, we're going to propose a military alliance with the Mohawk. Well, they get there, and the Mohawk, they aren't going for it. They see the Wampanoag. They say, you're weak. We don't respect you. You should read this book, Iroquois Diplomacy. There's so much in it about the Iroquois, but the Mohawk, they're a great historical group. So the Mohawk, they see weakness. They don't respect that. And the Mohawk just massacre the Wampanoag. And their entire fighting force is just decimated. And now King Philip, he doesn't have his fighting force. They're pretty much done. He goes on the run. Well, King Philip gets tracked down not by the English, but by other Native Americans who kill him and bring him back to the English. The English decapitate him, put his head on a pike, and it stood there for 2 decades as a warning to anyone that wanted to, anyone who wanted to get down, right? So, and then the Mohawk, I mean, there's a whole history there. And I mean, we could get into the Iroquois history, but the point is that this notion that what actually happened was these bad white men came and then they ruined everything. No, the tribes have been fighting amongst themselves for many, many years. They have been killing each other, having territorial disputes, fighting for trade control, the same thing the Europeans did. And then ultimately the Pilgrims came in and they got involved in this. They were invited in. They got involved in this. The English come, and ultimately the Europeans would prove to be stronger. They would have better technology. They would have they actually learned a lot of military tactics from the natives, but they were better militarily. And eventually, with all that fighting, the Europeans would come out victorious. There were all these fights for the land, and the Europeans ultimately came away with it. And that's not to say the Europeans didn't do anything wrong. That's not to say they didn't break treaties. do, stuff you're talking about people on a frontier that is largely unregulated. I mean, with all these groups, they're screwing each other over left and right. And you could point to one group and say, look how they screwed them over. Well, yeah, you're going to get that. I mean, come on. There's not like there were telephones and video cameras. You had these isolated groups and everyone was screwing everyone. And ultimately, the Europeans would win out. And then, we could talk about what happened after that. Like, we can get into the French and Indian War. We can get into the Beaver Wars, the French and Indian War, and why it became appropriate for the Europeans, or a logical thing for the Europeans to say, you know what, let's just relocate this hostile group because this isn't working. And but people don't want to have that conversation because that involves agency and a lot of historical nuance, and that's the one thing they don't want from any of us.
But Brett, what it sounds like is you're trying to say that, unlike what they teach in the Marxist run educational establishment, is that the natives are no different than people who have light colored skin with respect to their worldview and the way they thought about protecting their families and their communities. How could that be? Isn't that a racist thing to say, that human beings all have the same basic belief system?
Take the floor for 1 second. I'll help my boy with something.
Yeah, no problem. So hopefully you guys understand what's going on. So my buddy Brett, by the way, he's a homesteader and he's all about his kids, and he doesn't really care about views and likes, obviously. He's more concerned about his family, like I am. And that's the main reason why I came live on this show, guys, is because I have offspring. And when you have offspring, all of a sudden your worldview starts to change, because then it's not about you, right? It's about, if I pass away, what is going to be left behind for my kids? And I'm hoping you guys understand that if you have children, it changes the way you feel. You see the climate change alarmists flying around in their Lear jets. Oh, good. I'm glad you came back. You're saving me. I was talking about all the climate change alarmists flying around in their Lear jets, complaining about how the ocean is going to fall. Well, of course, at first they said it was global cooling. Then they said it was global warming. They can't quite figure out what they want it to be. But either way, it's about controlling people, right? And
well, I thought the ozone layer was going to melt away and I was going to be evaporated by the sun, but apparently that never happened either.
Right. And all the same politicians who are flying around in their Lear jets that create more carbon are the same people who are buying beachfront property.
Yeah, well, the climate scam is one of the most profitable and empowering scams in the history of humanity. And when you start to track back where that comes from, it was actually the Rockefeller family who, they were the kings of oil, right? They were the ones who actually got behind that movement and really started driving it forward, because they had brought the oil from nothing to running the entire world. And then they saw a secondary opportunity to take the green movement from nothing and essentially run the entire world. And I mean, when you talk about having a vision for creating profit margins, I mean, it is the most profitable scam in history. I mean, you can look up lawsuits of like ExxonMobil talking about the Rockefellers and how they were behind it. But if you bring that up, they say, it's a conspiracy. And then what they do is the same way they did in 2020. I'll protect your channel here by speaking in years rather than specifics. But what they did back in 2020, they do the same type of thing with the university system, where if you come to certain conclusions, then you get tenure. If you come to certain conclusions, then you get the grant money. It's right there at your fingertips. And if you come to opposite conclusions, they actually destroy you and
absolutely
your career is over. So you put these incentives in place, and you have all of these people who all they have to do with every study or anything they do is say, and the reason for that is man-made climate change.
Yeah,
and then they get tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, social status, prestige, awards. They get invited to their snarky little dinners with a bunch of losers, right?
In Switzerland or wherever it is. Is it Switzerland?
Yeah, and that's the way the system's put together. So the good thing is that people are seeing it, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. And being in this age of the Great Awakening, and I really do believe it's the Great Awakening, not because everyone has figured it out, not even saying that I figured it out, but because once you see the lie, right? Once you understand that it's coming from Satan, you know that you can see the lies moving forward. And you might not know exactly what the truth is, but you get that little bit of divine spark back in you, that little bit of gut feeling that tells you, you know what? This guy's full of shit and I'm not going to listen to him. And with that, you have this resurgence of America, and it's we are here and we're raising the next generation right. And we got a lot of big things going on.
So Brett, what do you think is going on with Europe? You know, they push the abortionist movement. You know, they want the natives to abort their own children, but yet they're trying to flood their country with jihad people from sub-Saharan Africa. Why is that happening? Do you have any idea what's going on over there?
Yeah, well, there are a few goals aimed around that. And when you talk about the globalists, the global powers, the global government, the New World Order, the World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group, whatever you want to call them, but these group of people that aim to subvert national jurisdiction and create global governance, that's essentially what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's their aim. They, they use trade agreements, they use treaties, but they basically try to subvert the jurisdiction within countries and create a form of, they use banking, international control, right? So
Yes.
one of their agenda, when you listen to what they actually say, is they use the climate change thing. A lot of them probably believe it, that we're basically a plague on the earth and that we need to lower the population. They actually get awards for this stuff. Like they give out population lowering awards. Like it's the whole thing. So they push the abortion agenda. They push anything that's anti-family. Like they really try to break the family. It's part of the reason they are so into pushing sexual perversions in every society in the world. Like, you know, you hear the way they talk about these other countries and they're like, we need to invade. They don't allow sodomy. You're like, so we need to invade that country so that they allow sodomy? Like, what are we talking about here? But it's part of their overarching agenda to break the family unit, convince people not to have children. That's why there's such a push to get women into the workforce, because they know if they could get them to focus on an education into the workforce, then they're not going to have 4, 5, 6 children. They're going to have one. This is all part of an agenda. This is why they do this stuff. Now, as that's happening, because they've actually been very successful at this, they say overpopulation is the big problem. No, at this point in the world, it's always the inversion. The problem, and they know this, you could tell by their policies, so their policies don't lie as well as they do. The actual problem is depopulation, that the birth rates have fallen so low. Because if you don't have a 2.1 children per couple, then your population's going down. So the birth rates have gotten so low that the workforce isn't available in a lot of these Western countries. So what they need to do is go to the places where there's a higher birth rate and import working males, right? It's all men of fighting age, but men of working age to do these jobs.
But they're not working, Brett. They're immediately going on welfare and having 20 or 30 kids. So,
well, a lot of them are in
the United Kingdom.
But a lot of them are. Like if you look at, and we all inherently know this with like landscaping and those type of jobs that, hire a Mexican. Well, America.
Yeah, but that's America. I'm talking about the UK. In the UK, they refuse to work because their religion prohibits them from working for the kafir, right?
Well, I'm just talking about the overarching agenda on a global scale, right? So you have the populations, the working age populations of these countries going down, and this bears out in the numbers. Well, you do need to import labor, but then there are other overarching agendas, because as we talked about earlier, their primary goal is to subvert the the jurisdiction, right? The sovereignty of these nations, and then rule the world through a globalist jurisdiction. That could be at the United Nations, wherever that's at, or through these treaties, right? Through these peace agreements, these trade agreements. That's why they're so bothered by President Trump getting back to tariffs, which we could get into that history as well. But the New World Order, the globalist government, requires free trade. It cannot exist in a world with tariffs. And that's why they're so threatened by it. And that's why the way it's taught in school is so one-sided.
Yes.
So they want to subvert the jurisdiction of nations. And to do that, they can flood the nations and change the demographics of people that aren't loyal to individual countries. So people from the Middle East into the UK, right? They don't care anything about British tradition, right?
Right.
People from Mexico and South America into the United States of America, because they don't care anything about the American tradition. They don't have any connection to it.
Right.
And then top it off when you start teaching their kids this narrative in school that the host population are actually oppressors, and that everything that they've put together, all that is Western civilization, the tradition of Western civilization, is actually rotten to its core.
Yep.
Now you can get these people to, through vote, to actually voluntarily give away the tradition, the rights, the sovereignty of these nations, and submit to global governance. And that's what they've been doing in the world. That's why they're pushing all of these agendas. So it's multifaceted, but ultimately they're trying to break the nation and break the family so that they could depopulate us and gain control through jurisdiction on a global scale.
Wow, that was so prophetic. It's like the way you say things are so much more eloquent than me. I'm so shocked that you're not a lawyer, because you would make an amazing trial lawyer, Brett.
You know, my brother's a lawyer, but that was never for me. So if I do a good job, I will prepare the next generation of this country to be a wrecking ball to a level of which people can't even imagine.
Gosh, that was so prophetic too.
And that's the way we take our country back. G. Edward Griffin is probably the most important historian of the 20th century. He's in his 90s now. He was the author of The Creature from Jekyll Island. He's the reason we know about the Federal Reserve and the banking system. He's the reason we know about the activities of the Rockefeller Foundation. If you go and look at the work he did with the Reese Committee and interviewing Norman Dodd, he exposed a lot of the tactics that the Marxists were actually using. So not just that they were doing things, but what their actual tactics were. And he made that widely known to people that were patriotic. G. Edward Griffin's probably the most important historian of the 20th century. And I was listening to a talk he gave when he must have been 30 years old. I mean, he's in his 90s now. And he was talking about, and you can go look this stuff up on YouTube, these old talks of him being a young man talking about the infiltration of Marxism and communism.
Yes.
You want to talk about prophetic. He laid out exactly what they were doing, how they would do it, how it would play out. And he did this 60 years ago. Well, I said to him, I reached out to him, and I've been talking to him.
You spoken to him?
Imagine what this country would look like if every high schooler in America had to sit in your classes when they were in high school and had to be taught about Marxist subversion and infiltration. And right now, I'm in talks with him, and I'm pretty certain, I at least have a loose verbal, that he is going to be putting together a course for us, and he is going to be teaching a live class for our middle school and high school students. So I'm not fully locked in yet, but I'm pretty sure he's going to do that. And what I told him, because when I talk about respect, when I talk about taking my cap off, when I talk about walking in the footsteps of giants, is what I told him is that if he does this, I mean, I'm going to do it anyway, but he's in his 90s. I will relentlessly push this stuff for the next, as long as God is willing to let me push it. And this is how we take it forward. This is how we step on the backs of giants, and we build upon what they've already done. And there is nothing stopping us from taking where we've already gotten in this awakening and taking it to a level in which it reaches such a breaking point that there's nothing the powers can do about it. And Michael talks about this stuff a lot, but first you teach people how the world works, then you teach them how to take their power back. So they start to understand what the system is, but then you teach them not to look to the system to fix their problems, but to actually fix the problems yourself. So I'm an example of that. I do that through the education system, which is why that's my lane. That's why I talk about that so much, right? That's what I know. That's what I do. I didn't like Disney. I started building I wrote 8 books. I was a 4-time Amazon #1 bestseller. I don't like being under the thumb of Jeff Bezos. So I took the steps. I put the capital in. I took the time, the sweat labor. I partnered up with some really good Americans who are a lot smarter than me and know how to do these things. And they guided me through consultations. And now I have my own publishing house that I own 100% of and I have no debt on. And now I publish my own books. I actually have a new Christmas book that I just wrote, which I'm so excited about because let's just say Santa's about to learn about the 4th Amendment. But now I have my own publishing house and that's my lane. And these are the things that I do. I farm, I homestead, I have an orchard. I try to garden as best I can. I try to do as good a job as I can do. And I know my local farmer. I buy my meat, which costs a lot more money doing it this way, but I buy my meat from a local farmer and they're really great people. And I know where my food comes from.
Brett, are they Amish? Are they Amish or Mennonite? How do you know it's
these
not
are just
conjected
good,
with
red-blooded Americans that farm. They're Christian, and I buy my meat from them. And everyone can know their local farmer instead of going to Walmart, right? And then the thing is, once people start doing that more, and you actually give these businesses the capital that they could actually scale, then the price actually starts to come down. So people are like, oh, it's so expensive. Well, it's so expensive because people suck. Stop going to Walmart. Stop going to Target and actually support local mom and pop American business. And then the crazy thing is, once you reach that breaking point, once you have enough people who are awake, and not just that they see it, but they actually start to build these parallel systems, they start to build their own things, well, then you start to get the money, you start to become less dependent, which is so important because they can't say, oh, you put on the mask or you lose your job, get the shot, or you lose your job. Now you're less dependent. And once you become less dependent, then the government will actually start to look back to you. Then you actually have leverage, and then you could start to influence the government more. So we are taking our power back. We are doing it at home from the grassroots level, and that's going to allow us to take our power back, and that's going to allow us to ultimately take it back on the macro level. And, people like to get blackpilled, but they couldn't be more wrong. And they'll say things like, yeah, AIPAC controls everything. Yeah, sure, they do. That's fine. But there is an awakening, there is a building, and it doesn't happen from the top. It happens from the bottom. And by the time everyone realizes that it's been happening, it will reach a groundswell. And America is going to be better and stronger and more independent than we have ever been before.
I agree with you, Brett. And I'm seeing that with my channel, I have a core group of maybe 100 people, right? But sometimes I'll get 100,000 views of people who are interested. And then every 100,000 views, I'll pick up 5 or 6 more people. And it slowly starts to grow. And then I remember that less than 3% of the actual people, the colonists, participated in the physical revolution against the king. And so the things that you say absolutely motivate the crap out of me, because everything you're saying is true. A very small vocal minority is what it takes to defeat oppression. Do you think that's a fair statement?
It is true. And the beautiful thing is we're at a point now where we don't need the physical revolution to win, because we have the intellectual revolution. And the founders did such a great job of creating a system of checks and balances, which people love to bash America. America is great. It's the greatest country in the world because that system of checks and balances.
Agreed.
And before America came along, the entire world was ruled by monarchs. And all of these people who love to talk about how much they love democracy, well, where do you think all these ideas of government by people? And I know we're a constitutional republic, I'm not retarded, but the idea of government by people, the idea that there's not this monarch who claims divinity and rules over everyone else and hands off power to his snot-nosed kid who eventually is 2 weeks and gets beheaded before the next divine ruler comes apart. That's what the world was, right? And America changed that. America is the first country in the history of the world that came out with this radical idea that you could criticize the government without risking being locked away in a jail cell. That's
well, without Jekyll Island and the IRS. We know it's coming for people like you and I for speaking out.
Well, you know what? We just have to play our cards, and we have to prepare ourselves as best we can, dot our I's and cross our T's, and lay the cards fall where they fall. That's life, and that's part of being a man. You have to stand up for what's right,
Amen,
do what's
brother.
right, and if you do that, then either way, whatever happens, you could put your head down at night and know that you're good. And, you know, I was speaking to my parents, and you know, I was telling them that I could die tomorrow and I'll be fine. I'll rest easy because I know that I've lived my life in a way in these short 36 years that most people don't get to live in a lifetime. And I've lived a way that's true to me, and I can sleep on that. I can rest on that. And whether I succeed, whether I fail, whether I'm in prison, whether I'm made a martyr, whether I'm blackmailed, whether I'm decapitated, it doesn't really matter, because in the end, I lived my life in a way that was true and good and beautiful, and I stood for what I believed in. And whatever the system and the people they want to throw at us, then, you know, let the cards fall where they fall. But that's, I wish more people understood the beauty in that and the power in that, because there's so much power at your fingertips, and all you have to do is just live your life in a way that's true and good and beautiful, and everything else is just whatever.
And have as many babies as you can, right?
As many babies as you can, and have them and homeschool them and teach them their rights and teach them about finances and entrepreneurship and rugged individualism and taking care of their neighbors, love thy neighbors, raise them in God. And I know a lot of people have a bad relationship with religion and the church. Well, that's because religion and the church are not God. The man in a robe is not God. The priest is not God. They could claim to be the house of God, but the whole world is the house of God. Earth is the house of God. And we were put here on it to find our purpose and to walk our soul's path. And if you do that, you don't need anyone else to have a relationship with God. And people could say, they could thump their Bibles, or they could thump their Qurans, and they could say this is God or that is God. God is with you right now. You could talk to God, and if you listen, maybe not literally, but God will talk back. And you can feel that. You could feel that in your bones. You could feel that down to your soul. And anyone who's had their relationship with God ruined by priests or these churches that take the Lord's name in vain, and just know that if Satan could do anything on earth, his number one goal would be to hijack the word of God. So Satan tries to get in those churches, and he takes a lot of them, and a lot of them are good, but nothing can stop you from having that one-on-one relationship, because that's where God is. God is inside of you. He's all around you. He's everywhere. He is a part of you, because God is everything. And once you realize that, you could become in touch with that, and you will feel that, and that will give you a type of comfort that nothing else in this world could give you.
Brett, it's hard for me to have you on my show, because it's like, why do I even need to talk?
Well, you're doing a great job, and you've built pretty amazing what you've built in this short amount of time. And what I would say to your audience is, for people that are content creators, every like, every share, every comment makes such a big difference to someone like Michael. So when you're on Michael's video, every single one of those videos, you hit the like button and you leave a comment. Even if that comment is just pushing the letter F and hitting enter, whatever. Doesn't matter. You leave a comment, because what that does is it tells the algorithm that people like this content, they're interacting with it, and it shows it out to more people. The things we can do in our lives are so little. I mean, I run a homeschool company, and it is $25 a month. And if a fraction of my followers, even a fraction, I have millions of followers on social media.
He does.
You know,
He really
I have a couple of thousand families in my program. If I get to 10,000 families, they don't even have to be homeschoolers who just sign up for my program to give me the capital. The things I will be able to do with it will be absolutely amazing. People don't realize how much they could do simply by empowering people that are trying to do things. And I wish I could do a better job of communicating that with the world. I wish I could get more people to see that on Twitter. I love what you're doing. On Instagram, I love what you're doing. So support it, because if you support it, I can take what I'm doing and I can amplify it. And eventually I can get to a point where I'm able to do some really cool things. Let's just put it at that, because in spite of what I've done, I keep a lot of what I want to do very close to the chest here. Okay. I keep it very close to the chest, because believe me when I tell you, we are just getting started, and we are going to take this places that people they haven't even imagined yet. I'm going to do things.
Brett, let me stop you, bro. Right now, look above. Swedish Observer. He just got a 6-month membership. Swedish Observer. His country has been invaded by Islamic jihadists. They're not even allowed to talk about the assaults against females and their daughters, lest they be arrested and thrown in jail. It's illegal to even talk about it. This guy just bought a 6-month membership. So what you just said segues into, it's worldwide, brother. There are people out there. By the way, I'm Swedish, Norwegian, and a wee bit of Scottish, man. And Swedish Observer is reaching out from Sweden going, oh my gosh, Brett, and look at that Christian cross right there. That's all you need to know. There are still people out there like us, Brett, who care about their women and their children and who are willing to go against the grain. Keep talking, Brett. I mean, I know you got a family, and I'm so grateful that you're here. I'm going to put you on solo. Just keep talking. I don't need to talk. Talk.
Well, that's 6 months of funding that will allow you to do what you're going to do. And eventually you get to a point where you're able to put in more time, put in more equity, start to build teams of people around you. When I started my homeschool company, it was just me. And now I'm a few years in, and I have me. I have 4 teachers that I'm paying, so I'm able to run classes 5 days a week. I have additional people that are making curriculum on the side for the children, and it's so valuable to have these people. I have employees. I have teams of people that help me with the shipping and the sending out of my books. I have accountants. I'm able to afford lawyers. So all of this stuff is made possible by the subscriptions I get from my members. But the more you are able to accumulate, you're able to build these teams around you. And as you're able to build these teams around you, you're able to start doing some pretty cool things, like running live classes 5 days a week, like bringing in G. Edward Griffin to God's ears. Hopefully that does come into fruition. And
by the way, Brett, I got to cut you off. I cannot believe, like, honestly, like I almost feel like crying. I can't believe that you've formed a relationship with G. Edward Griffin. That dude is, to me, like how Dick Heller is to the Second Amendment community. I mean, I can't believe it. Just keep talking, bro. I just want my audience to realize, like, you're an amazing guy, Brett, to have established a relationship with an icon like this guy. Keep talking. Keep talking.
The best part about me is how ordinary I am. And I come off as impressive with the things that I've done and my knowledge base, because I work really hard at improving intellectually every day in my life. I read a lot of books and whatnot. But the truth about me is there's nothing overtly special about me other than maybe my attitude, maybe my mindset. And
well, hold on. Other than that, Tiffany Dagley just said, God bless you all and wish you a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Tiffany. We love you, Tiffany. Thank you so much. Keep talking, Brett. Go.
Yeah, so there's nothing overtly special about me other than my mindset and my attitude and my outlook on the world. And any person is capable of doing things similar to what I've already done. It just takes the slightest shift in mindset. And that's why I love what I do so much. And that's why one of my favorite things to do is my live classes, because I just want to develop that spark in the kids. I just want to develop that worldview and that mindset, because once they have it, we just unleash them on the world and everything else will come into place. And anyone can do it. You can do it in whatever field you're in. Whatever field you're in, that's what you start building around. Whatever you're passionate about, that's what you start building around. And, the more people that do this type of stuff and implement the principles that you and I have been talking about today, the better things are going to get, the more power we take back. And eventually you take back so much power that you have a damn lot of it.
Man, I am so in awe of you, Brett. And look, I know a lot of people think like, oh, lawyers are all that in a bag of chips. Look, I became a lawyer because it's something I felt that God called me to do. But I don't consider myself to be better than anyone else. And when I meet guys like you, it's like, I just want to I honestly feel like divine providence brought you into my life. And I just want you to know that. I want all my audience to please support Brett. He's younger than me. I don't know how much longer I have. I've got a lot of health issues.
Well,
I just want you guys to know, I feel that Brett is called by the Lord to lead our country into a great spiritual victory against Lucifer. I really do believe that. I just want you to keep talking, Brett. I'm just so impressed by you. I'm just so impressed.
Speaking of, how much time you have left, that's a good segue. Are you able to do things like making people's living wills and that type of legal paperwork, filing pretty standard legal documents? Because if you can start doing those things, you have an audience of people that could hire you to do all of that type of legal work. And that would be a great way to support the show and a great way for you to support the people on the show. So I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm always thinking about that type of stuff, but
Brett, that's like easy stuff for me. I mean, it's just that my background in training is because of the way I started. The only people who would let me work for them for free were personal injury lawyers. So I became very good at personal injury law. But my love and passion is government accountability and just what you just said, helping people be able to make sure their offspring are taken care of. And yes, I have paralegals and clerks and people at my church who can help me do living wills and trusts. Of course, it's not a problem, brother. Whatever you need, I mean, I'll help you. If you have families who need my help, and if they don't have money, I'll do it for free if I have the time. That's not an issue for me, bro. I'm concerned about my children. That honestly, that's why you're on my show today.
But here's what I mean, Michael. You're doing a wonderful thing here, and you have a pretty big audience. So, in my opinion, one of the things you should be doing is that type of work. And now your audience, when they need a will or they need some type of standard type of legal work done, right now they can say, oh, I know who I'm going to go to. I'm going to go to Michael Ehline. He's doing a great job with the podcasting and spreading liberty. And now that legal work is actually helping support the show, and you're helping the people who are going to get that work done anyway. So this is how we keep things in the community. And it's one of the things that, in my opinion, you should be, making your services available for. So,
okay, well, I can make that part of what we do at the firm. Sure. I guess what I'm getting at is I never thought of that as a way to make a living, because I know so many people who do it and they're broke dicks, but for me, it's more just about making sure that our community, the people who believe in the constitutional republic, are taken care of. That's all, Brett. I'm going to take that under advisement and talk to my significant other, because she's going to be the one who ends up doing the lion's share of the work. Well, I'm here on YouTube trying to get a $50 super chat.
Well, it's a great way to take what you're doing and create a revenue source out of it, because you have a listener base and people, things crop up in life. We've all had them where you're like, oh, you know what? I'm going to need some legal paperwork filed here or there, where it's not something as big as a lawsuit or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's just standard stuff. So people need it done anyway. They
Yeah.
should be coming to you. And then that's a way to help fund this. And then this helps build the future that you're trying to build, right? That we're trying to build. So to me, I always look for what are simple and easy ways to take what I'm already doing and then to get a clientele from it and then use it to build better things. And that's,
I like
to me,
that.
that's just a glaring opportunity that's right in front of you, I think.
I love that. Well, I'm going to do that. And so, Brett, I mean, I know this show was really supposed to be more about Thanksgiving. So I wanted to just, before, because I know you got a family, brother, and I really value your time, and I'm very grateful that you came on. And I'm going to have my buddy Gabe Perez. By the way, Gabe, I sent you a StreamYard link. You have to click on that to join the show. I'm going to have my buddy Gabe Perez come on afterwards. He's another guy who's got an extended family, and I'm trying to teach him ways and show him ways to find ways to support his family by being involved in our channel and helping us. But I wanted to get back in before you close out tonight to talk a little bit more about Thanksgiving and because the Marxists have tried to convince a whole generation of kids, including our Marxist-run public education system, the national education communist anti-American education system, to teach us that white men are evil, that masculinity is evil, and that all of our founding fathers were just evil slave owners. And I just wanted to have you sort of explain again, for the people who just entered the chat in particular, that there were warring tribes, and the Pilgrims allied themselves with a tribe that was being decimated by a stronger tribe. And talk about the snakeskin wrapped bullets one more time before we close it with you.
Yeah, well, when the Pilgrims arrived in the Americas, there were 3 arrows wrapped in snakeskin left at their camp. And this was a threat from the Narragansett. So the Pilgrims wrapped bullets in snakeskin, and they sent it back to the Narragansett, who took that as a sign of strength. But the Narragansett had been in conflict or warring with the Wampanoag, fighting over territory for trade and control. So the Wampanoag saw this as an opportunity. So they went to the Pilgrims not to just help them because they're so nice and teach them how to grow corn and whatnot, but they went to the Pilgrims to form a military alliance. That's why they helped them. So they came to a military alliance. Listen, if the Narragansett attacks any of us, we'll work together and we'll beat them back. And that's why the Pilgrims were invited in, and that's the actual history of the first Thanksgiving. But that's not what we're taught in school, because if you teach the real history, then you have to give agency to the Wampanoag. You have to give agency to the Narragansett. Well, if you weren't warring with each other already and fighting over territory, then you wouldn't have invited this third group in, right? So that's not what they want. They want you to see everything through the lens of the oppressed versus the oppressors. Some groups have all the agency and other groups have no agency. And then this way they can use that to manipulate your worldview into basically convincing you're an oppressor in the modern world, and that you should give away your rights, and that you are oppressed, so you should take away other people's rights and money, and we don't have to value core American tenets because they were put together by a bunch of rotten people anyway. So let's throw those out.
Well, now before you go, because I was able to get it piped up, and I want people to see. Look, I recognize that it's the eve of Thanksgiving and a lot of you guys are traveling, but so far, just Brett, so we've gotten about 4,000 views. It's not the normal 28,000 to the 100,000, but it's people who are seriously most of the people that have viewed tonight have stayed on the channel for at least 5 to 6 minutes. Typically, they're going to stay on for 10 to 30 seconds. That tells me that you have made an amazing impact. And again, if I can save one soul in this lifetime, then I did my job. But I really, really, really want people, and I've been sharing your link in the chat box so people can watch your videos on Instagram. Gosh, I wish you could get off Instagram. I really hate Meta and that piece of garbage. What's his name? The guy that runs that channel. I can't stand that guy. Piece of garbage, election fixer, commie piece of garbage trash. But the fact that you're doing so well on his channel, that's the only reason I even go to Instagram, is to watch your videos. But I want to really quick just show, now that I've been able to queue up your video, before you leave us, Brett, because I know it's super late where you are. I want my audience to understand why I love you and your channel and your family so much. So I'm going to play this for them, and then we can close out my session with you. And hopefully Gabe will find his link and join my channel. Gabe, here we go. Let me just get the sound going. What the fudge, man?
By returning bullets wrapped in snakeskin. Well, the exchange was with the Narragansett, who were the dominant tribe in the region, and they had been bullying the Wampanoag. So the Wampanoag saw an opportunity and formed a sort of military alliance with the Pilgrims, in which they agreed to protect each other from the Narragansett. And the rest is history. Well, over the next 50 years, there were all kinds of military alliances and fights. Tribes against tribes, settlers and tribes against other tribes. Well, land was often traded in exchange for military protection, but this would lead to misunderstandings. The natives often thought the land they traded was temporary. The settlers thought it was permanent, or the tribes would lie that land was their land when it actually belonged to other tribes. Well, this led to misunderstanding and conflict. And 54 years after the first Thanksgiving, the Wampanoag, the tribe at that Thanksgiving, launched an attack and started King Philip's War against the Pilgrims. Well, the Wampanoag would go to the Mohawk to form an alliance, but rather than help, the Mohawk massacred them because the Iroquois had their own interest in becoming the dominant tribes in the region. And that's what happened to the first Thanksgiving Indians. But that history, the real history, is not what Americans are taught in school, because there is an agenda to rewrite history through the Marxist lens of oppressed versus oppressors. In reality, history is extremely nuanced. The settlers did things right, and they did a lot wrong. And the natives did things right and did a lot wrong. And the proper way to study history is to have an honest conversation about the agency of each group, and then examine and learn so you can know what not to do in the future. But the Marxist agenda wants you to only ascribe agency to one group and give the other group no agency at all. The oppressed versus oppressor worldview. And this is done because if they could alter people's perception of where they came from, they could manipulate the way they see the world today. And that's the real agenda. And it's why my course on the Thanksgiving story is one of my favorite that I've put together, as is my course on the Iroquois Confederacy. And I know people get angry because the true history triggers their indoctrination, but true history is awesome, and it's so important that our children learn it. And the Iroquois were awesome, but if you take away their agency, you actually disrespect the Erie people, the Susquehanna, and the Huron, all of who were massacred by the Iroquois during the Beaver Wars. Check out my private homeschool community and my books on how information is controlled, our rights, the history of fake news, the importance of healthy living, how the food system was corrupted, and so much more. ClassicalLearner.com.
Freaking stud, man. Freaking stud. Thank you so much, Brett. By the way, just that one little video went from 50 in the chat up to almost 100. So it just tells you that, like, man, Brett, you are the man. And I'm not saying that in a way to try to exalt you, but I'm saying that I really do believe that you've been called by your creator. I honestly believe this, to do great things. And I think that my audience, because of me just having the gift of discernment, are being blessed by what you have brought to this world. And I'm super grateful for you. And so, Brett, I'm trying to get Gabe to come into the chat. And I'm also mindful of the fact that you have a family and that you're a homesteader, and that there's no rest for the for the blessed, and that you're going to have to get up tomorrow, get on your tractor and till the fields and look after your gardens while your wife looks after your kids during the day while you're out hustling and doing all that stuff. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to say whatever you need to say and your goodbye message to my audience. And I'm praying that you'll come back again. And by the way, guys, one of the things that you can do for me, Brett, is to look in the chat box in the side to see if there's any questions or comments and respond to my audience. I've been sharing your link. I'm sure we've gotten you a bunch of new followers and subscribers. If there's anybody that has questions for you or comments that you could just, say anything you want to say to them, and I'll let you take over from there. Let's go.
Yeah, well, first, I'm very grateful to you for having me here. I'm grateful for the friendship that we've developed over the last half year or whatever it might be. And I'm really glad that it's really nice to see your success and how you've grown this channel. I remember when you were just getting started and now you have something really good going here. I'm grateful for a lot of things, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And if I could do a shameless plug, I am working my ass off to try to build something that is really good for the world. And I need the support of good people. And if you go to www.classicallearner.com, my books, this is Christmas time. This is the time of year. If you have a daughter, you have a son, you have a niece, you have a nephew, you have a friend, you have a grown adult who's just stuck on dumb and liberal, The Right to Bear Arms, Free Speech, Social Media Censorship, and the First Amendment. My books are a wonderful present for young children. And if you really want to support, if you want your children to homeschool, Homeschools Connected is $25 a month. Or if you just want to support what I'm doing, because I need the support, sign up, $25 a month. That money goes to the teachers I mentioned. That money goes into bringing in the best people I could find to teach courses on a lot of different things that the next generation needs. And I need your support in order to do it. So I'm very grateful. I hope that some of you want to support that. And I hope you do the same thing with Michael, because like I said, there's a lot of good people trying to do good things. And I know how hard it is to build these things, the background, all the prep work, all of the million different things that goes into it. And supporting someone like myself and supporting someone like Michael, it's often very difficult to articulate that to people, right? But it really makes a big difference. And so that's my pitch to you. And I hope that, you go for it.
Well, I appreciate that, Brett. And again, I am not like somebody who's like a Bible beater. I don't feel worthy of any of the blessings that God is offering me. I'm more concerned about my wife and kids, and because of my health, making sure that there are people like you, Brett, that are out there who can be there as a support network for less fortunate people. And I saw a comment here, Brett, from a girl, Jennifer Fuchek, who said, I wish I was able to homeschool my kids, teach them real history, teach them true skills. And so I'm challenging my audience and other people. And again, you said trusts and wills earlier. Brett, I'm willing to match whatever I earn to set up a trust with your help, Brett, to set up an education fund for people like Jennifer, because I want her children to be able to experience the same types of things that you're able to offer your family and that I'm able to offer mine because of my health, knowing that if something happened to me, that my wife and kids would be completely cut off from being able to have the blessings that I'm able to give them through my living sacrifice to them. And so if anybody's interested in doing that, and Brett, I'm interested now because you made me start thinking, maybe I should start getting into wills and trusts and doing things. Maybe this is my calling for the last dawn of my life, or the sunsetting of my life, to be able to leave a legacy behind that my kids will remember. So, Brett, you really have opened up some amazing ideas for me tonight, and I really appreciate it a lot. So, I will get back with you uh, soon, and we can discuss this more. I have to talk to my team. My team is all former Marines, and I don't deal with anyone except for you, basically, who are Marines. And I will try to find a way to put something together that we can build together as a team to help the young children, single moms who have been screwed under by scumbag, low-life dudes who have left them to raise their kids, to where we can find a way to help their children become stronger and better people. So I was hoping that my friend Brett would come on the channel tonight, or not Brett, my friend Gabriel would be able to come on the channel tonight, but I guess I don't see him. But I want you guys all to follow my friend Brett, who I feel is like a John the Baptist, a voice in the desert. And I would hope that you would follow his link and support his channel and make sure that you understand that he is a true homesteader. He's out there with a tractor, gardening and tilling his soil. And it was very difficult for me to get him to come on this show. Every single time I call him, I pray about an hour that he will answer his phone, because I know how busy he is. So I really appreciate you coming on the show, Brett, and helping these people understand that there are people like you out there who live for bigger causes other than themselves. So thank you very much, Brett, and go ahead and say goodbye to the audience for me.
Yeah, Michael, thanks for having me. Like I said, I'm very grateful for you. And I'm no John the Baptist or anything else. I'm just a guy who's trying to live out my purpose, just like you're living out your purpose. And everyone has the opportunity to live out their purpose right in front of them. And these are the best times. These are, I moved across the country to do what I had to do, for my children and my family. But the opportunity cost of that was I moved across the country and I'm not where my parents are. I'm not where my brother is. I'm not where my sister is. And I feel that around the holidays. And these are the things you got to take advantage of. You got to be with your family. Don't let politics or anything else get in the way. Just live and laugh and love. They put that on, they abuse that stuff, but that's the real version of that, right? You need to be with your family and just enjoy your time with them, because, my father's in his 70s. I don't get to see him that much. I don't know how many times I get to see my father in person the rest of my life. That could be a handful of times for all I know. And, that's something that gives you perspective. So all of you, enjoy Thanksgiving. These are the best times. Be with your family and just be very grateful for everything you have, because we are all blessed and we're all dust. So
That's right, brother. So what I'm going to do is I am going to continue playing your video about how elite historians have hijacked the American mind after you get off. And I'm going to call my buddy Gabe, because he's supposed to be on here with us right now. My buddy Gabe is starting to build his own YouTube channel, and he's one of my friends who has many, many kids, and he's also out there struggling every day. And he works with me with my firm, and I'm hoping he found my invite link. But so Brett, if you and your wife want to watch yourself talk to your buddy, I'm going to start playing that as we let you go. And I really, really appreciate everything that you're doing for families, Brett. It really means a lot to me. And I will be reaching out to you to help me with better curriculum for my daughter as she enters her homeschooling journey, because I really, really want her to understand, she's Salvadorian and Swedish. And I really want her to understand what an amazing thing it is to be an American, and to not be swayed by the Marxist, Leninist, communist public education system, and to be proud of her heritage and not to be brainwashed into thinking that her white father is an oppressor, which is what, unfortunately, the left is trying to ram down her throat. So I'm going to be playing that video, Brett, and I'm super, super grateful that you came on. I remember how difficult it was just to get you to come on for a show initially. And so I feel really blessed that you see that I didn't give up and I stayed after the task, and that you rewarded my hard work by coming on tonight. So thank you so much, Brett.
Well, you're doing a great job, Michael. Thanks for having me, and happy Thanksgiving.
Semper Fidelis, brother. Do or die, always. All right, guys. So you guys got an opportunity to meet my friend Brett. And, you know, you say you're not supposed to judge people by the company they keep. But in this case, you can definitely judge me by the company that I keep. This is somebody who I really hold dear to my heart and near to my heart. He's a really legit dude. And I just want you guys to understand that I can make a lot more money by working on files, and I can get a lot more comfort in being under warm blankets right now with all of the injuries that I have from being in the Marines and from martial arts. And that I really, truly am doing this because I care about my country and my children and my offspring. And that I'm hoping that the people that are in this chat are learning something, and that you're understanding the great blessings that this country has to offer you. And so even though we don't have millions and millions of people, don't judge a book by its cover. Numbers mean nothing. Less than 3% of our founding fathers participated in our glorious revolution against the king. And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to play this amazing video that Brett did years ago called How Elite Historians Have Hijacked the American Mind. And I'm going to try to get a hold of my friend Gabriel to figure out where the hell he is, because Gabriel is building a YouTube channel and he's somebody who I really care about. And I want him to be able to find a way to build a community like me. He's a Latino. I believe he's Mexican American. And I want to help him build a community to bring in people in that the so-called community into our fold, because I don't believe that in Mexican or Swedish American or any of that crap. But unfortunately, right now, that's where we're at. But with people like him, I think we can build a community where we're Americans first. And that's what I'm hoping we can do. So watch this video while I try and locate Gabriel and see where the heck he is and get him in on the show tonight. This is a really amazing video, and I wouldn't be showing it to you if I didn't think that it would be helpful to help you guys understand a little bit more about our country and why we should be always giving Thanksgiving for being Americans.
They say history is written by the victors, and I don't know if it's written by the victors, but the story is definitely told by the victors. And the good thing about that is all of that history is there. It's out there. It's right at our fingertips, especially in the age of Amazon and audiobooks. I mean, we have more information available to us than anybody at any time in human history. And all we have to do is reach out there and grab it. And when you talk about the history that's important to us in modern day America, it really gets down to, at what point was America hijacked?
Welcome to Far Out with Faust, everybody. I am Faust Chicho, and today I'm excited and delighted to be joined by Brett Pike. Let me tell you about this extraordinary young man and what he's been up to. Growing up, for Brett, school was a bit challenging. I can relate to that. According to his teachers, there was not much special about him. I can also relate to that. In 2011, he graduated from Cortland University with a bachelor's degree in 7 to 12 history education. A few years later, he graduated from Queens College Birth to Special Education Master's Program with a 4.0 GPA, and he won the award that's given to the top student in the program. In the years that followed, he got a chance to work with thousands of families in the field of education, and he always felt that something was vitally missing. And in 2019, he turned his attention to grassroots change and started Classic Learner. And in 2021, Classical Learner launched Homeschools Connected. And that's a platform that assists families in finding the best curriculums, resources, games, education apps that are available. and it also connects them to other like-minded parents. Brett is the author of the Cubs to Bears children's book series, which I've been reading to my 10 and 12-year-olds. I highly recommend. There are a few available on Amazon. He has an incredible social media following, and I love his videos. We often intersect with some of the things that we talk about, and I'm very, very excited to talk to him. So Brett, first, thank you so much for beaming in, brother. I'm so glad we're able to do this.
Man, thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Let me just give everyone a little glimpse of your philosophy, some of your philosophy. You speak about the measure of a worthy education and how it should be, how capable the learner is of living a free and independent life when they reach the age of maturity. And they should not be dependent on the government, and they should not be dependent on corporations, and they shouldn't even be dependent on their parents. That one may be tough for some to swallow. They deserve an education worthy of freedom. And we're going to get to some of the incredible tenets that you have put forth and made part of your philosophy and part of your schooling. But I want to jump right into it because you have this gift of taking some of these complex truths and distilling them into a format that basically I think everyone can understand. And I'm going to show everyone an example or two of your videos as long as they sit tight and remain patient. But, you know, there's an incredible educator in you. And what's fascinating for me as a fan of yours and a follower of yours is that these things you're talking about are considered, you know, by mainstream to be the stuff of conspiracy theory. But you're meticulous in your citations in your videos. And this stuff is all kind of publicly available, obviously, even in places like Wikipedia. And you just drop truth after truth. And I think a great place for us to start would be something that you have written about is with our banking system, you know, and let's dive into the reality of what the Federal Reserve System really is, who it was designed for, and how it's basically screwing up the lives of most people on this planet as we speak.
Yeah, well, they say history is written by the victors, and I don't know if it's written by the victors, but the story is definitely told by the victors. And the good thing about that is all of that history is there. It's out there. It's right at our fingertips, especially in the age of Amazon and audiobooks. I mean, we have more information available to us than anybody at any time in human history. And all we have to do is reach out there and grab it. And when you talk about the history that's important to us in modern day America, it really gets down to at what point was America hijacked? At what point did America transition from being that 1776, where you had this real high point, to when something changed and now we have the modern world that we're in today? And when you look at those inflection points, there's probably none more significant than 1913, the end of 1913, when the Federal Reserve banking system was put into place, because it fundamentally transferred the power in our country from the people who the political class was adherent to. And you know, there's always a battle. They're not always going to listen to you. It's there's leverage, but the people had more of a say to the financial institutions, because now when you have two sides of a dichotomy and you have the financial institutions on one.
And so, guys, just really quick, sorry, I had to make a quick head call because this show's been going for like 2 hours. Give me a bunch of ones for Brett Pike. I mean, that what a stud. And for all you guys who think I'm some kind of a Bible beater, look, I'm not. I'm just trying to rear my children up the way my dad wanted me to be reared. But, you know, I'm probably the worst sinner you're ever going to meet. I'm not that guy. I am a Christian soldier, but I'm definitely not a Bible beater. Okay. But I want you guys to give a bunch of ones to my friend Brett Pike for being such a legit dude. I mean, you can tell when someone is filled with, I for lack of a better word, because the way I was reared up, you can tell when someone's filled with the Holy Spirit, and that is Brett Pike. So give me a bunch of ones for Brett Pike. What an amazing guy. And And then James Forbes. Okay, good. I was just getting ready to make James Forbes a moderator, but he already is one. So give me a bunch of ones for James Forbes for supporting my friend Chile de Castro, because I believe that despite what you think of Chile, it's like with workers' compensation law, at will employment, you can be fired for any reason, but not for a wrong reason. And all the people who go after my friend Chile keep on wanting to destroy him for the wrong reason. They celebrate when he gets hurt, when he loses his channel, when he gets thrown in jail. That is an unjust reason, and that's why our founding fathers did not support democracy. Our founding fathers supported a constitutional republic where the rights of the individual were paramount. And what that means is, in the words of Ben Franklin, democracy is where two wolves and a sheep show up for lunch and decide what's on the menu. A republic is where two wolves and a well-armed sheep shows up to contest the vote. And so, by the way, my friend Gabriel was not able to figure out, yes, delete laws is back, Donna, and that is so cool. I'm so happy for Chile because he just keeps winning. And these scumbags like Dick Bag and Merb and all these losers who just are just living in sin and hate, and their whole lives are based upon trying to destroy other people. They just keep getting harmed themselves. And I feel so bad for them because originally I tried to reach out to these people to try to develop some sort of a positive working relationship to where people could bury the hatchet and try and find a way to get along because of the fact that we have such a short lifespan. But I guess that people are more concerned about getting views and whatever than they are about trying to build a human community. And that is a sad thing, especially when someone who claims to be a veteran wants to attack a Navy veteran, wants to attack an honorably discharged Marine who has been injured and wanted to have that as a career for their life, and who lost his father to Agent Orange non-Hodgkin's lymphoma because the government lied to us about the Gulf of Tonkin. And so it makes me very sad and very, very upset because we're all God's children. And I still, I reached out to Irish Demon and even emailed him saying, let's have a debate. Let's talk about this. Because although I understand that you hate Chile, the fact that you're trying to be happy that he lost his channel, when you clearly know in your heart that nope, he would not have done that to his own channel. Give me a break, guys. I mean, I did one video for Chile when he was locked up that got over 100,000 views. Do you really think that Chile would try and hijack his own channel and lose that residual income? Are you that stupid that you would think that that is something that someone would do to themselves who was just locked up for 4 months and had no way to support themselves? And the only outside contact they had was from me. I was the only person who had the ability to actually give the guy a hug and let him know that there were people who cared about him. And then all you heard about from these low-life losers is that it was probably Michael Ehline or Brian from Here's the Deal who did that to Chile. Do you really think that somebody like me would do that to him? Honestly, in your heart, do you really think that somebody like Brian from Here's the Deal would do that to Chile? Of course you know in your heart that that's not true. And so it makes me very sad that we were not able to try to find a way to turn lemons into lemonade. But it seems like there are people out there who are more concerned about getting views and likes than they are about making this world a better place. So, and I appreciate that, James Forbes, because the things you're saying, it's very difficult for a guy like me in my community to do the things that I do to try to stand up for the so-called commoners, because in my community, I've been ostracized in many ways because I stand up for what people call conspiracy theorists, which you and I know is not a conspiracy theory, but it is a true conspiracy to deprive us of our rights and freedom. And I'm really, really grateful that I had an opportunity tonight. And we're not done yet, by the way, guys. So don't go anywhere. I mean, unless you feel a need to leave, because I'm not going anywhere. This is the eve of Thanksgiving. This is the eve of the greatest experiment on earth getting its start with the Pilgrims coming to North America. And I'm hoping that you guys will all see, and I'm hoping that Chile will stop by. And I'm really grateful that BZ Watchdog has stopped by, and I'm hoping to see Let's OTVO. But gosh, I am, Rhine Lab said this, hey man, the left is ruining Popeye. That's true. Even Popeye is getting ruined. When I grew up, it was normal that a man would fight for his woman physically, and that they would fight over her, and she would choose the stronger man. And now we see that women are becoming like alpha males and men are becoming beta males, and the children are turning out not even knowing whether or not they're a boy or a girl. And that is not something that is appropriate, because if you put a bunch of men on an island who think that they're women and a bunch of women on an island who think that they're men, in 100 years you'll have skeletons. But if you put one man and one woman on an island, in 100 years you'll have a thriving society. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. Now, Ron Wade, I'm really grateful to see you on my channel. And I understand your philosophy about Christian nation with Christian values. But what we have to understand is what your literature that you're reading is written by Marxist communists. Adolf Hitler was a sworn communist, and he was concerned that the German Communist Party had been taken over by what he considered to be bad Jews. And because of that, he developed a form of national communism, later called National Socialism. But remember, the greatest enemy of the Jewish people was Karl Marx. He is the one who hated Jews more than anyone. And modernly, based on statistics and studies, 51% of Jewish people are atheists. So I want you to also understand that most Christians believe that they are part of the tree of Judaism. And regardless of what religion you are, which I don't really care about unless it is a jihadist religion that makes women wear hefty bags and treats them like second-class citizens, what matters is that you care about your people and your neighbors and that you want the world to be a better place. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. Now, that being said, Roger Lane says, misery loves company. And I certainly agree with that. And I am so glad that I have people like Tiffany Dagley on my channel. And Tiffany, Brett came up with an amazing idea and concept tonight, which is that I maybe should start getting into doing wills and trusts to try to help people survive past their deaths so their families can thrive. And I'm going to be looking at that with my friend Gabriel. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do, guys, is I want to keep playing this video because I'm super grateful that Brett came on. And I want you to learn more about Brett on this eve of Thanksgiving, which is the most important day for Americans. So you can understand a little bit more about me in the way that I think, and that no, I didn't come on YouTube to make a bunch of money. I came on YouTube because I'm getting older and I'm very concerned about my offspring. And that's another reason why I encourage all of you men to try and, well, I would say find yourself a nice Latina woman, because typically they're the ones who have the traditional value system, and have as many offspring as you can. But if you can find a woman who has the traditional value system, who lets you lead and lets you protect and provide, I feel that that is the best methodology for a thriving society. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. give me a bunch of twos. If you disagree, because you're all welcome on my channel. I only discriminate against people who attack females on my channel. If you talk trash on a woman on my channel, you will be immediately barred for life, because my job is to protect females because they are the givers of life. Now let's get into the show again.
One side and the people on the other, the financial institutions have a lot of pull. And with the Federal Reserve Bank, a small group of powerful bankers were given a monopoly over the printing of the dollar. And that power grew more and more over the years as America embraced usury more and more. America embraced being in debt, taking the loans, paying back interest. And it's easy for us to point our fingers at the government and say the government embraced that usury, but we, the people, embraced that usury, where everyone started taking the mortgages. Everyone cheered on the Great Society, right? In 1965 with Lyndon B. Johnson, where all of a sudden the government said, hey, we'll give the banks insurance. And this is what the banks wanted. This is where that leverage comes in. We'll give the banks insurance and they can give you all mortgages. We'll give the banks insurance and we can give you, everyone gets a college loan. And at first you're like, this is great. Embrace the usury. I get the free money. But now the supply for housing, or the demand for housing, is always there. The supply of money is always there. So the price goes up and up and up and up. Same with college. No matter what they do with their tuition, people could always access the money. So over time, the price goes up and up and up and up.
Sure.
And while that usury might have been great for your great grandparents, it certainly isn't great for the kids today.
By the way, since we're talking about Thanksgiving, I want to thank Roger Lane for staying married for 36 years and still loving her, even though she left him. And let me tell you something, ladies, the grass is never greener on the other side. And I really feel for you, Roger. I'd been through hell and back myself, but I feel your pain, brother, and I'm so sorry that that happened to you. And I understand exactly what you're talking about. And again, I'm not sitting here trying to judge people. I'm saying that the exception is not the rule. And that the rule is that us men need to try and stay with our women for the sake of the children. And if you don't have children, it makes it a lot easier for you to break up families. And at the end of the day, when you break up families, the state and the taxpayer is forced to pay for that mistake. Let's keep listening to what Brett has to say. I think he has a lot of positive things to contribute to us as human beings. Give me a bunch of ones again for Brett Pike.
And that's because we took the ticket and the American government took the ticket, but we could reverse that.
We can reverse it. And, you know, this debate over usury goes way back. I mean, you know, if you've read The Merchant of Venice, you get a little idea, you know, how far back the different ideas and conflicting notions about whether, you know, the reason why I don't know if I should say that word. You know, the reason the character of the Shylock is treated so harshly by those Italians is because they scorn him for lending money to people who are in a desperate need of it. And you start to understand why a lot of the Islamic nations adopted laws against it to try to prevent that from infiltrating some of their societies. And there's not many holdouts anymore anywhere, but, you know, this kind of goes back. You know, I'm reading a book about the Knights Templar, and they were some of the first people, I mean, to do this.
I have to cut in really quick. Jennifer Fuchek says, I've been with my husband for 23 years. I'd never imagine life with anyone else. My promise to him is unbreakable. That makes me want to start shedding tears. I am very proud of you, Jennifer, because I know how difficult it is. So whatever arrangements you need to make, people out there on this planet, irrespective of what it is, if it's an agreement that you have between you and your wife, you men, um, whatever it might be, whether even if it's an addendum to your marriage contract, it's so important that you stay with her, especially if you have children. Give me a bunch of ones for Jennifer Fuchek, for her an amazing testimonial here tonight. I really am impressed by her 23 years. That is absolutely amazing. And if you have children, Jennifer, it's more amazing for them because it gave them the security and the concrete and the soil that they needed to grow and develop as strong oaks.
So to a degree, to take, to give notes. And so it goes way back. You're talking about over 1,000 years, and America was started kind of as an answer to the crushing debt that England and that the European nations had found themselves in, doing business in this manner. And we have a constitution designed to do this for us. We don't need, we don't need to outsource the treasury of the United States. And that's exactly what we're doing, even though the name implies otherwise. Federal Reserve. There's nothing federal about the reserve. It was a big con that was done in 1913 by the richest people in the country that went to the government and said, we know you're going to need money for war. Why not just let us handle it? We know you need money right now. We have some. And then, they twisted it and they propagandized it. They made people think that the bankers were against it, so it must be good for the people. And then they got Congress right into passing it. So let me just be clear. I believe the reason the world looks like it's going to hell in a handbag right now is because of the central banking system and because of what it catalysts in society. So, yeah, that being said, I'm sure you have more to add.
Yeah, no, people used to know that debt made slaves, and they knew that because debt literally made slaves, where when people couldn't pay back their debts, they would become indentured servants. And they would spend 7 years working as a slave to pay off those debts. And loaning money in a predatory fashion was really frowned upon in early America, and even accepting a loan for anything that wasn't an absolute necessity. I mean, you would meet social shame for that, but now that's just the norm where everyone embraces it. And what I really like to point out to people is we can get mad at the government, but we don't have a lot of control over how they do that. But what really irks me is how the average person uses that as an excuse and embraces the usury themselves. And if we want to get back to a place where we have leverage, where we can actually demand things from the government, that starts with the man in the mirror, and that starts with us adhering to more moral principles of how we conduct our lives.
Yeah, and independence. Independence will create that relationship because they've been working hard on creating a dependence, and making sure that at every step of the way we're forced to, and people are realizing that, waking up to that more and more. But the other thing that you talk about, and that it's funny because it's hard to separate the bankers from the oil tycoons to the weapons and all these industries are really completely interconnected, and really when the dust clears, owned by the same entities basically, and that's why you have a very big conflict of interest. But what I've seen firsthand over the past few years, is the emergence of this dark underbelly of the medical industrial complex that many of us knew was there, but it was I don't want to say it kind of innocuous, but it was certainly not as lethal.
By the way, I wanted to share something with you. So I was able to meet Michael Hughes when I was an extern for the California Court of Appeal, which is an honor that less than 0.25% of the population has ever bestowed upon them. And I ended up purchasing a home several homes down from the appellate judge that I externed under years later. And when I was externing for the California Court of Appeal at the Ronald Reagan building, which I'm sure that lowlife scumbag Dick Patrol will contest. However, what I learned from Michael J. Hughes when he was contesting, when he was dealing with an appeal against the Philip Morris Company for lying about the health benefits of tobacco, we learned that the tobacco industry had discovered that you can pay doctors to give you a majority opinion about something that you're selling. Do you know of something that many doctors have given opinions about that are safe and effective that you want to discuss off of this channel, of course, with me? I'm sure that you do. Well, when I spoke with Michael Hughes after he was leaving the courtroom on the appeal, which he won, which based on my recollection was a $28 billion punitive damages award against Philip Morris, which was one of the largest punitive damages awards in the history of the United States, which is still taught in law schools. I asked him, what is the greatest threat to the American people or the Democrat Party based on recollection? And he said the greatest threat to both the American people and the Democrat Party is the pharmaceutical industry. And unfortunately, my channel will be banned if I talk about what he told me specifically, but I can definitely tell you that the pharmaceutical industry in this country is immune from being sued for negligence. And that started under Ronald Reagan. And although when I was a 16-year-old, I was a volunteer worker for the Ronald Reagan campaign, because of course my father was a very conservative Christian, I learned, and I have learned, that we need to be less partisan and more pro-American, because political parties are evil and both parties are two heads of the same snake. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. And the people on my channel don't really care about political views. We care about America. And that's why you're here, because you understand that I'm not here to support the Marxist Democrats or the Rhino Republicans. I'm here to support you and your family. And tonight, I was overcome with emotion when Brett told me maybe I should start doing wills and trusts to try to help people, because honestly, I have friends who do that and they make like $500 or whatever. They don't make enough money to support their families. But I thought about it and I was like, you know what? Maybe I can figure something out. So if any of you guys are paralegals or law clerks, I don't care if I make any money out of this, but if you know what you're doing, I am more than happy to interview you and try to find a way to help people like Tiffany and Salt Shaker, who are single moms in particular, because I was basically raised by a single mom. My dad was never around, even though I worshiped the ground that he walked on, because he was destroyed from the Vietnam War and he became a workaholic and ultimately died from exposure to Agent Orange. So I just want you ladies to know that I really do understand what you're going through. And it hurts me deeply inside to know that you didn't make the wrong choice. You did what you thought was right. And when you have children, you'll go bend over backwards, unfortunately, to try to make sure they have their dad around. So if anybody there wants to help me do wills and trusts, to be able to help families, especially single moms, I will do that for you. So let's go ahead and keep watching Brett Pike, because he still has a lot of really great things to say. And I'm really, really grateful that you're still on the channel tonight watching the show.
As it has become. But like, I've learned a lot from your videos, and I've done a lot of research myself. But let's walk through how one family of robber barons, the Rockefellers, co-opted centuries of traditional medicine and turned what was basically, their side hustle into a multi-trillion-dollar stronghold money-making scheme, subjecting every American to a cycle of sickness, basically.
Yeah, it's really interesting how history has a fingerprint. It has an MO, a way that money and power comes together to corrupt systems. And what I see pretty consistently is they use authority to take over training of professionals and the way people are taught. And they know that if they do that generation after generation, eventually it becomes so ingrained to the subconscious of the population that a lot of people can't even fathom doing things another way. And how could it be wrong when every professional says this is the way that things are done? But if you take the medical industry as an example, in 1910, there was something called the Flexner Report, put together by this physician, Abraham Flexner. I believe his first name is Abraham. And this report was taken by the Rockefeller Foundation, and it was brought in front of state licensing boards all over the United States of America. And as a result of the Rockefellers taking this report in front of these licensing boards, the American Medical Association was given control over college accreditation status in the field of medicine. And the report basically said that homeopathy, naturopathy, chiropractic, any type of natural Eastern-based medicine wasn't actually backed by science. And the only thing backed by science was petroleum-based medicine. So they told these universities all over America, they said, if you teach anything other than the petroleum-based medicine, if you teach homeopathy, naturopathy, we're going to pull your college accreditation. And when you lose your college accreditation, they lose their funding. Within 25 years, and this is really a remarkable statistic, within 25 years of the American Medical Association gaining this power, half of the medical schools in the United States of America had closed.
Did you guys hear that? So homeopathy, natural healing, all that stuff went out the window. Now, I don't know many of you guys personally, but I know that taking vitamin D3, taking magnesium, and eating good food, like food that doesn't come from government approved farms, like, for example, I try to buy my food from Amish and Mennonites where they don't spray their food with chemicals, has greatly and significantly helped me with my health. And I do believe that natural healing and good nutrition is the key to good health. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree with me that petroleum-based medicine is not the answer. And again, you never know when the thought police are going to take down this channel. But as an aside, we know the WHO is 100% lock, stock, and barrel in control of the GOOG, whatever search results. They even brag about the fact that they control organic SEA, what results. So think about that before you go to Marxistopedia to find the answer, because we know the answer will be whatever the government. By the way, the same people who work for those companies also end up getting hired as the heads of the FD or the CD agencies. So the same people who make the decisions to decide what the safe levels of certain substances like fluoride or aluminum or whatever else might be in your body are the same people who work as heads, CEOs, or people who run those companies in one fashion or another. And why do I know this? Because I am a lawyer who has sued those companies. And I have over 20 years experience now, first as a law clerk and paralegal, and now as an attorney licensed to practice law in both Texas and California. Give me a bunch of ones if you believe what I'm telling you is true. Give me a bunch of twos if you think I'm telling you this because I'm trying to make money from it. I'd like to know if you really think that I would be telling you things that could potentially get me audited or have me unalived by these multi-billionaires who are trying to lie to you and make you wear face diapers. Let's go ahead and keep listening to what Brett has to say.
Wow.
Half of the medical schools in the United States of America had closed. And then when you look further into the Flexner report and you look into its funding, you find out that the report was funded by the Carnegie Endowment in coordination with the Rockefeller Foundation and the American Medical Association.
My God. And that sums it up. I mean, that's all you need to know. You know, I mean, if you understand those things can't go together. There's a massive conflict of interest. You know, and that's the other thing about this country that amazes me is like people have become so just completely insensitive to the fact that everything that is done on these with these agencies and on this level.
By the way, give me a bunch of ones for F. I really like F. I don't know who F is. I've never met F, but the comments from F are absolutely off the charts, on the money. Thank you, F, for supporting my channel and in extension, supporting my family. Thank you so much, F.
Is done with a complete conflict of interest. You know, the revolving door is a necessity. You need it because if you're going to have a company like, I won't say the F word. I'm still sadly conditioned from doing this podcast during 2 years of heightened censorship. You know, but it rhymes with Kaiser. If you're Kaiser and you're doing all these things, you need to have, you know, your CEO also needs to be obviously front and center with the FDA. You got to have the revolving door. You know, your business model requires it. The amount of damage you're doing requires someone to be in a supervising spot, you know, in government, so that you can continue to get away with basically, you know, absolutely no responsibility in this massive, terrible experiment that was and has been being done. So it's just mind-boggling to me that no one even, it's like most people don't even complain anymore. They're just so used to it, you know?
Yeah, well, it really is a double-edged sword because on the one hand, you see why there would be a need for companies like that to have a relationship with the FDA and the government and say, this is the type of project we're trying to work on. But when you get that, then you get the companies trying to influence, and they're trying to influence not just for health, but for profit. And it would really be beneficial to the country if someone could sit down and come up with a new system of checks and balances, kind of like where our government was originally put together, because you're always going to have, it's easy for everyone to just say, oh, you know, everything's corrupt and everything needs to be torn. And a lot of it's true.
By the way, I wanted to show some loyalty tonight and give out some iron crosses. Tiffany Dagley and Blue 5. Please congratulate Tiffany Dagley and Blue 5 for becoming the newest moderators of my channel. In my opinion, they both earned their wrenches. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. They're both moderators, and with great responsibility, with great power, comes great responsibility, Tiffany and Blue 5. So please make sure you never time out a fellow moderator. Please come to me if you feel that they have done something that has wronged you, but don't ever time out a fellow moderator, because these are people who are dear to me, who have shown me through their merit and achievement, not by their race or gender, whatever million genders the government has told you exist. I only believe there are two, with several potential, things that may be unusual. But as a general rule, the 99.99%, there are two that they have earned their keep. Give me a bunch of ones for Tiff and Blue 5. Thank you so much for becoming a part of Team MPE. Now, also, I just noticed that Jennifer Buchek has just said, thank you, Michael Ehline, for what you do. Your efforts are recognized and appreciated. Well, I appreciate you saying that, Jennifer Buchek, because I am honestly burned out. I work about 18 hours a day. And any of you who have followed my channel have seen that I am bound by a sense of personal honor. And I will get up at 5 in the morning while it's still dark or whatever, even 4, to work, and then go out at 5 while it's still dark to support my friends who have been falsely accused, like Delete Laws or Chili De Castro, who have been falsely accused. Now, I do not support some of the things that a lot of my friends do, just like you probably don't support a lot of things your crazy uncle does. But Jennifer, I want you to understand that it has been a very, very difficult thing for me to come on and expose my law firm and my personal brand to being attacked by people who simply hate freedom and the concept of individual rights. And as a result of that, I have suffered a lot. And I don't want to get too much into it because I don't want my enemies to know everything. But I've had people try to come to my home and expose me to potentially being locked up for the rest of my life because of what I do on YouTube. So just understand that you people like Dickbag and you other guys, what you're doing is you're exposing my wife and my children to harm, and that you need to understand something. You're messing with the wrong Marine, and you can laugh and you can make fun of me and do all that you want, but you are unleashing something that is not something that anybody should wish on their worst enemy. Now, with that being said, let's get back into the conversation.
True. But you also need infrastructure and you need institutions. And with the American government, they went with 3 branches. And, that's had its success and that's had its failures. But it was supposed to be that. It was supposed to be a slow moving process where it's hard to get things done, where it's hard to change the Constitution. You can, right? The same kind of concept where you have these companies that become intertwined with these regulatory agencies, and it's completely destructive, where we really need a new system of checks and balances in a variety of areas in the country. Because like you said, unfortunately, it's gotten way out of control.
Yeah, it's pretty far gone, I would say. I mean, it's about as far gone as you can go. I don't see any ready solutions besides, nothing that I would say is beyond catastrophic. I mean, you have a few people who want to go in and would be willing to clean it up, but we've all learned that you cannot trust a politician to do anything, even someone who's not a politician, because once they get in, it's going to be very difficult for them to maneuver and make the changes they want to make. Even someone like RFK Jr., I think, would have trouble doing the things that he wants to do, even though legally he would have a leg up from many of the politicians who think that they can go in and just dismantle the corruption. You have to legally dismantle the corruption. You have to have the know-how to do that. And like, I'm sure Trump had good intentions. A lot of people would argue that point, but
By the way, just so you know, Roger, I didn't know you were a moderator, but you are a moderator now. Give me a bunch of ones for Roger Lane earning his wrench. I guess I feel kind of like the king of Thailand, but instead of releasing people from prison, I am allowing people to understand that I respect and appreciate them. Give me a bunch of ones for Roger Lane. Roger has always been an amazing supporter of my channel. And honestly, guys, it's not really my channel per se. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have a bunch of people here supporting me and my family. So, Roger, if somebody, and I see your private first class chevron, and I saw a comment from BZ Watchdog earlier about that it's not a Lance Corporal chevron, but if he had paid close attention to my channel, which apparently he's not, he would understand that I have my daughter helping me with my channel, and she mistook a PFC chevron with the Lance Corporal chevron. And unfortunately, because I'm old and falling apart, I don't know how to get in there and switch it from Lance Corporal to PFC. But again, I'm going to give you the same comment that I gave before. You're being snapped in, Roger, that with great power comes great responsibility. And as a moderator, I expect you not to time out fellow moderators. If you have a problem with fellow moderators on my channel, please just reach out to me privately and we can work it out as a team. Because what we don't want is we don't want dissension in the camp. We're here to try to help each other and help each other's families. And by the way, my main goal is to create parallel systems where we support one another and we help each other with our businesses, whatever it might be, a restaurant, you may be a construction worker, you may be in Missouri, you may be in Texas, you may be in Willis, Texas, you may be in Dallas, Texas. I don't care where you are. My job is to make sure that I couple you up with a fellow patriot, part of Team MPE, who will help you in your time of need, whether it is that you need work. And I guess I learned tonight from Brett, whether you need a will or a trust, I will try my best to couple you with someone. I had another former member who never shows up on my channel anymore. I guess I was too slow to reach out asking me about firearms rights in his state. Ultimately, I was able to get back with the response. I'm hoping he or she, whoever this person is, will show back up on my channel. But yes, in most of the southern states at least, if you inherit a firearm, you don't have to report that to Big Brother. Now, I was not able to say that as a lawyer because that would be practicing law without a license. That was repeating something from a fellow attorney who is also a former JAG officer, because most of my friends are military. So forgive me that it took me so long, but I will always do my best to get you the answer that you're looking for. So let's get back. Thank you, Rhine Labs. I really appreciate that. And by the way, F, congratulations on earning your wrench. And yes, I would love to have Shiva on my show or be able to talk to Shiva, because I am all about creating parallel systems the same way that Martin Luther King Jr. wanted to create parallel systems when his community, and I don't care if they're black or Martian or green or whatever, but when my community of people that I care about is under attack, I definitely don't want them to be forced to purchase things or participate in an economy with people who are against them and their children and their families, or some communist Marxist public school teacher or professor who tries to tell their daughter that she or their son that he was born in the wrong body. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. Now let's get back into the show with Brett Pike.
I personally believe that he did have good intentions, but he got in there and they threw a blindfold over his head and started beating him over the head with everything and tied his shoes together and twisted him around. And it was like watching it was just sad watching what they did to him. And he had no way to navigate that. You need someone, if there's going to be any politician who does something and lives, you need someone who knows how to navigate, like the swamp instead of just drowning it, which is what, my opinion, Trump did. And I'm sure he'll do that again for 4 years if they let him get into office again. But what's the difference? It's they're all the same in my opinion.
Well, and this is why I tell people that the solutions that they should be looking for shouldn't be from the political class, because we only have so much control over what they do. But what we do control is starting with the man in the mirror, starting with the way that we live our lives. We talked about this a little bit earlier with not taking the loans. And I know I'm not criticizing someone who's taken loans. Like, everyone's in a different financial situation, but you know what I mean? The excess where
Yeah.
I need the second car, or the loan for the boat, or, I could get this house for $400,000, but, I qualify for a $600,000 loan from the bank, where people push it and push it and push it. You try to the best of your ability to live within your means. And then from there,
So Curious George just made an amazing statement, which I agree with. And I want you guys to understand that I do my best to be non-political on my show. But Curious George is right. Trump was wrong to sign Operation Warp Speed into law. It was unlawful and unconstitutional. I agree with that 1,000,000,000%. My mother-in-law died of thrombosis several days after she took something that she was told she had to take. Otherwise, she would put other people in harm. And I'm not going to get into details because I want to keep my channel up. And unfortunately, this platform that we're on does not allow us to say things that we need to say in order to save the world. However, I'm hoping that most of the people that watch my show understand that at least half of my audience would consider themselves to be Democrat, and the other half consider themselves to be Republicans. And I honestly don't care what political party you're part of. I'm glad you're part of Team MPE and that we're here together celebrating Thanksgiving the night before Thanksgiving, and that we love one another and that we love our families and our children. And that's why we're here, to celebrate the fact that we're alive and that we may not be alive tomorrow. Give me a bunch of ones for Team MPE and all of the people that are here to love one another and care about their country and put America first. Let's keep watching, Brett. And this other cool dude with the tattoos, they look like some kind of native tattoos. He reminds me of the dudes that I used to see when I was really wealthy and would take my wife to Wailea, Maui every year for at least a month at a time. But I'm glad that we don't go anymore because, gosh, guys, being treated like crap by the native Hawaiians gets old after a while because they call you a haole. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree.
start with the basics. So one of the things I really like to preach people is don't complain about the food system, but grow your own food. And you could live in an apartment, but you could plant a lettuce seed in the window, a tomato seed in the window, and it just starts a culture. It means something. It sprouts something not only in the dirt, but in your mind. And then you go to the basics from family. You get married, you be a good husband, you be a good wife, you be present with your children, you raise your children right, you homeschool them, you learn your rights, you learn how.
And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, although my father was a workaholic because he was wiped out from Vietnam, I am so grateful that he always came home every night and he always taught me right from wrong. And yes, sometimes he was physical, which I'm not with my kids. He did it because he thought that that was the way to save me from being in prison for the rest of my life. And so thank your father, even if you think he may have been abusive, well, you know right from wrong because we were all born knowing right from wrong in our hearts. But thank your good fathers for trying to do their best to teach you so you would not go to prison for the rest of your life. Thank them for that.
How to defend your rights. You teach your children. How do you use the court system to defend your rights? What is an affidavit? What is a notice of liability? What is a conditional consent? And how can we use these things as tools, as checks against authority? And you extrapolate that out step by step with every little thing in your life. You say, I don't want to rely on a corporation because I saw that a corporation could try to make me wear a mask, could try to make me get a shot. I need to start taking control of my life. So then at nighttime, you turn off the television and you spend 1 to 2 hours a night starting to build a side hustle. And you'd be amazed after a year or two how that side hustle will replace your job. And then once you have that, you become an entrepreneur. You hire people that are like-minded. You have in-group practice.
By the way, Brick and BZ Watchdog, Brick, you have an opportunity right now with BZ to help him build that side hustle that he has. BZ Watchdog has an amazing side hustle with self-defense equipment, and he is a wealth of information. BZ Watchdog is a fellow Marine. He's a brother of mine. And Brick, you and him could build something amazing. I see that you guys, both of you, have synergy. And I really, really think that you should consider trying to build an alliance with him. And I will help you market your self-defense equipment. I really do believe that I have been called to help people who love their country make this country a better place. And I think that the Second Amendment is a great way to start. All of you ladies who want to be able to defend yourselves, who are single mothers, my friend Brick Jonesy and my Marine Corps brother, BZ Watchdog, have the ability to help you find the best way to protect your families legally. And of course, I will help them with any information they need to make sure they're in compliance with the laws of their states. But I watched an amazing video today about BZ Watchdog talking about the self-defense equipment with the tear gas or whatever it's called. BZ was talking about a self-defense gel that wouldn't blow back in your face. And I thought that's an amazing thing. Of course, most of you know that I always carry at least one weapon with me at all times, and it's not pepper spray. But for you ladies who aren't comfortable carrying a 380 auto or a 9mm G19, which I don't understand why you would be uncomfortable with that, being the spawn of patriots. But if not, BZ Watchdog and Brick Jonesy have the right equipment for you. Thank you, Brick Jonesy, for coming on the show tonight. By the way, guys, make sure to like and subscribe to Brick Jonesy's channel as well as BZ Watchdog's channel, because I consider them both to be good friends and they're amazing people. And I would like it if you would support them in their efforts at making America a better place.
Preference. I want to hire patriotic people. I want to hire people that love their country, that take a lot of personal responsibility, because I know they'll be good employees. And then I also know they won't be reliant on other parts of the system. And I can start to give strength to people that think like me.
Yeah.
Right. So you hire like-minded people, you learn as many skills as you can, right? You learn gardening, you learn carpentry, because it only takes one skill to really free yourself. One good skill that you master can completely change the trajectory of your entire life. So I teach kids, by the way.
Yeah.
But you start building out one thing after another. And as you do that and you're hiring your friends, you start to build networks and community. You're growing some of your food, but you're knowing what you can't grow everything. So you know your local farmer. Yep. And you get your chicken from them instead of Tyson, right? You get your cow meat from them, or you go to the local farmer's market and you get your groceries from there instead of the grocery store. And you know these people. And over time, what happens is you actually start to put yourself in a position of strength. And if enough people took this approach, eventually, see, people think, oh, America's not a government formed by the people. Yes, it is. Look how the people act. You don't think California has the governor they deserve? Of course they do. Act in a way that is absolutely in alignment with Gavin Newsom.
Yeah,
well,
it's true.
If enough people take personal responsibility, put themselves in a position of strength where you can't tell me to wear the mask, or threaten that I'm going to lose my job, so I have to pay my mortgage if I don't get a shot. You can't, because I put myself in a position of strength. Get enough people in that position, and you will find out that America still is a government for the people, because they'll have to start answering to the leverage that the people have accumulated.
By the way, that's all that Martin Luther King Jr. did. He boycotted the shops that discriminated against his people. And I'm not going to get into the whole racial thing. Bottom line is, he just said, if you're going to discriminate against my people, we're not going to buy from you anymore. And by the way, just as a segue, Jennifer Fuchek says, she says CCL, I'm not sure, but CCW would be the word that I would use, concealed carry weapon. She has a Glock 42. and her daughter carries pepper spray but is worried about the mist blowback. Yes, that's the problem. And she wants a taser or a stun. Well, if you watch some of BZ Watchdog's videos, you'll see that some people, especially males with high testosterone, like a big Samoan dude or a big African American dude, those tasers won't do anything to them. So the only thing that's going to stop someone, honestly, is headshot or center mass. Like I would say a 45. Like my concealed carry weapon is not very concealable. I'm not going to lie. I mean, yeah, I do sometimes carry a G19, but primarily I'm going to be running an FNP 45. I'm not going to lie. I want 15 in the chain, 15 in the mag, and one in the hole. I want 16 rounds, and I want them to be 45s, and I want FMJs, full metal jackets. Why? Because Soros prosecutors will try and argue that you reloaded if you use a hollow point. And we can get into this on another show. I'll have one of my friends who is a Marine Raider come on sometime in the future. But yeah, I would use FMJs and I would use 45s all day, every day. And I would want at least 16 rounds. And if you're in Cali, you can't have extended mags. I don't even know if you can have standard capacity mags in Cali. So I'll have to have my friend Alan Beck come on, who is one of the preeminent Second Amendment rights lawyers in the country, to talk about that. He is amazing, and he works with my firm, and he's drop dead genius. And so we'll do that discussion another day, but I really, really want you guys to listen to what Brett has to say, because it's Thanksgiving, guys, and you guys, look, you get to sleep in tomorrow. Why not get spiritually and emotionally and intellectually fed on my channel as opposed to watching the Communist News Network or PMS NBC? Give me a bunch of ones for Team MPE, because I wouldn't be doing this show unless I had people watching. Let's keep going.
I love it. That's beautifully said. Absolutely. I want to show everyone, I want to share my screen with everyone. I want to show everyone one of your awesome videos, because we're talking a little bit about education, and you mentioned, this is what you teach your kids. I think it's so, I was going to swear, but since we're talking about kids, I'm going to refrain. It's so freaking important. I believe, and I'm instilling this in my children as well, though they're not homeschooled. They both have learning differences, and so we've got them in a really great school that we're happy with. And then when they come home, I'm educated. Like my son is going to be 13 in a week. I'm like, what did you learn today about the Civil War? All right, sit down. You know what I mean? I'm like, what'd they tell you about World War II? Oh God.
He actually misspoke. It's the war between the states, but let's keep going.
Come sit down. So I'm constantly re-educating him on those things. But you had a great video. I want to show everyone your style, so that after this is done, if they aren't following you, they certainly will be if they're following me. I want everyone. So we were speaking about education and the problem, the pitfalls of the public education system and most education that is done in a school in America. And you made this great video which speaks volumes. Sorry. Let me just
Always hear people talk about how the rich and powerful rewrite history. But what most people don't know is that there was a congressman who blew the whistle and explained how they do it. The story starts in the 1950s with the Congressional Reese Committee, which was put together to investigate the spread of communism. Well, this guy, Norman Dodd, got access to the internal papers of the Rockefeller, the Carnegie Foundations, and he finds that they handpicked 20 college students from throughout the country and gave them $400,000 in grants, flew them to London, made a big deal of it. Well, 10 years later, those students made up the governing board of the American Historical Association. And what did they do? Established national history curriculum and set the standards for teaching and history textbooks. But Dodd had a hard time getting his message out because the newspapers of the day labeled him anti-Semitic and called him all types of names. His message would be suppressed like the other history they don't want you to know. And this is why I write books on fake news, how information is controlled, our rights. And I strongly recommend you watch Norman Dodd's full interview. He gave it right before he died, and I think you'll be familiar with some of the tactics that were used to discredit him. And check out Cubs to Bears, classicallearner.com.
I love it, dude. So much information. Let me stop sharing my screen if I can do that. So much information in a minute and some change. Just remarkable. And so people don't realize that about history. You know, you can extrapolate those tactics across most subjects. And I thought it was worth sharing that video so people get a sense of your style and at least on your social media, you know.
Yeah, well, they've made it history, but we can make it our story, right? They made it his story, but we can make it our story. And all the information is there. And what I try to do is tell the story of how we got here, and not the milquetoast kind of stuff that you learn in school, but the stuff that's really pertinent, like how they took over the training of the medical profession, the same way they took over the training of history teachers and people's understanding of history. That's what I mean when I say, oh, this stuff starts to have a fingerprint, right? So they've been very focused over the years on taking control of teachers' understanding of our history and medicine and how we got here, and then using them to train generations of Americans it's a good word, right? To train generations of Americans to think a certain way. And I don't even like the wording of that, to think, because they're not training us to think.
Right.
They're training us to repeat, and we need to train ourselves how to think again. And that's why I tell people, and it's one of the most important things someone who's waking up could hear, is that you haven't really woke up until you retrain your mind. Because you have to evaluate, well, if my entire worldview was a matrix.
So guys, I have about another 40 minutes to go of this video. I need to know if you're getting bored, because I'm seeing that the chat's dropping off. We have I'm seeing it kind of like fluctuating between 60 and 100 people. So let me know. Give me a bunch of ones if you want me to keep going. If not, because I don't want you to be bored, because I want you to come back. You know what I mean? But to me, I'm going to keep watching this after I go offline, but I don't want to lose audience if you think this is not something valuable to you. So I want to know what you think. And I really want to show you the Thanksgiving video again, because it's so awesome. But give me a bunch of ones if you want to see the give me a bunch of twos if you want to see the Thanksgiving video again. If you just joined the chat, even if you didn't, because it's so freaking awesome. And then give me a bunch of ones if you want me to keep going, because I'll keep going. Honestly, guys, I've been married for over 20 years. I don't even remember how long it's been, because it doesn't matter to me, because I'm not going anywhere. But it's Thanksgiving coming up, and I know a lot of you guys are suffering, especially you single moms, and I'm here for you, and I want you to know that. And whether I'm a lawyer or a member of the bar or whatever you want to say to try to denigrate me, I'm here for the American people. So let me know what you want me to do. Because okay. So at least Geo Sick Blog says, show the video. So I'm going to show the other video, because this is the one that I like. This is my favorite one, guys. I honestly, in a in a masculine way, I really do believe that Brett Pike is a living prophet. I really do believe this in my heart, that he is a living prophet. And I want you to watch this video. It's gonna sort of reverse. It's on Marxist Run Instagram. So who knows how much longer it's going to be on this channel, but watch it with me, because I think you're really going to understand why I really fell in love with his channel, not with him, because I dig chicks, right? I'm a surfer from Cali, right? from the old school, but like this guy is, I believe that he's a living prophet. And watch this video and you'll see why. Let's go.
Here's the Thanksgiving story you were never told. When the Pilgrims arrived in America, 3 arrows wrapped in snakeskin were left at their camp, and they responded by returning bullets wrapped in
Man, it's
snakeskin.
messed
Well,
up.
the
Hold on one
exchange was
second,
with
guys.
the Narragansett, who were the dominant tribe in the region. And
Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to try to refresh it. Hold up. I'm going to try to refresh this.
story you were never told. When the Pilgrims arrived in America, 3 arrows
Watch
wrapped
it.
in snakeskin were left at their camp, and they responded by returning bullets wrapped in snakeskin. Well, the exchange was with the Narragansett, who were the dominant tribe in the region, and they had been bullying the Wampanoag. So the Wampanoag saw an opportunity and formed a sort of military alliance with the Pilgrims, in which they agreed to protect each other from the Narragansett, and the rest is history. Well, over the next 50 years, there were all kinds of military alliances and fights. Tribes against tribes, settlers and tribes against other tribes. Well, land was often traded in exchange for military protection, but this would lead to misunderstandings. The natives often thought the land they traded was temporary. The settlers thought it was permanent, or the tribes would lie that land was their land when it actually belonged to other tribes. Well, this led to misunderstanding and conflict. And 54 years after the first Thanksgiving, the Wampanoag, the tribe at that Thanksgiving, launched an attack and started King Philip's War against the Pilgrims. Well, the Wampanoag would go to the Mohawk to form an alliance, but rather than help, the Mohawk massacred them because the Iroquois had their own interest in becoming the dominant tribes in the region. And that's what happened to the first Thanksgiving Indians. But that history, the real history, is not what Americans are taught in school, because there is an agenda to rewrite history through the Marxist lens of oppressed versus oppressors. In reality, history is extremely nuanced. The settlers did things right, and they did a lot wrong. And the natives did things right and did a lot wrong. And the proper way to study history is to have an honest conversation about the agency of each group and then examine and learn so you can know what not to do in the future. But the Marxist agenda wants you to only ascribe agency to one group and give the other group no agency at all. The oppressed versus oppressor worldview. And this is done because if they could alter people's perception of where they came from, they could manipulate the way they see the world today. And that's the real agenda. And it's why my course on the Thanksgiving story is one of my favorite that I've put together, as is my course on the Iroquois Confederacy. And I know people get angry because the true history triggers their indoctrination, but true history is awesome, and it's so important that our children learn it. And the Iroquois were awesome, but if you take away their agency, you actually disrespect the Erie people, the Susquehanna, and the Huron, all of who were massacred by the Iroquois during the Beaver Wars. Check out my private homeschool community and my books on how information is controlled, our rights,
Dude,
the
it's
history of fake
stud,
news,
man.
the importance of healthy living, how the food system was corrupted, and so much more. ClassicalLearner.com.
This dude is a freaking stud. So let me just tell you something, guys. To me, Brett Pike is a living prophet. I don't know many of you people who are over 50, but if you remember the musician Keith Green, he died in a plane crash. Google him sometime. In my opinion, Brett Pike is like Keith Green. He is, in my opinion, a living prophet. And give me a bunch of ones for Brett Pike, because I want him to see this. Everything that he is saying is so true. The Marxist-run education system wants to divide America by race and by their billion genders that they created in the last 4 years, which never existed, right, until the last 4 years, right? Election engineering has its consequences. But I want you guys to understand something. The conquistadors, which the Marxist-run college system, you will not find a conservative or a libertarian college professor. If you do, it's going to be like at Liberty University. The rest of them, it's pure propaganda. You might as well send your kids to MSNBC or CNN Communist News Network to get their education. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree that the traditional legacy news media is the enemy of the American people, that legacy media is the enemy of the American people. And once you understand that, you will understand that the so-called education your children are getting is designed to make them hate their founding fathers and to destroy freedom. Because once you hate Thomas Jefferson, once you hate Abraham Lincoln, once you hate George Washington, maybe I shouldn't have said Abraham Lincoln, right? Because he suspended the habeas corpus in violation of the Constitution. So please forgive me. But once you hate them, you'll want to tear down their statues. And once you tear down their statues, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, in particular, the Second Amendment, are meaningless. And that is the goal of the Marxists, to destroy your love of country and basically, in my opinion, to make you hate white males because they happen to be the majority. But it wouldn't matter if it was black males, if they were the majority. The goal of the Marxist is to create division and to make you hate your fellow countrymen. Because if we are united, the banksters in the international banking cartel will have nothing left, and they will no longer have control over your life or usury payments. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree that Jekyll Island was an abomination to this country. So let's get back into what Brett Pike was saying, because you guys gave me so many ones. I am forced now to keep the show going. But I really, really love doing these shows because I'm going to be honest with you guys. I work so much and I've made so much and lost so much that my joy has now become all the friends that I have met on this channel. And I'm not lying. I'm being honest with you. I'm super, super grateful. And because of you guys, and because of this channel, I started going to church again. And I take my son to Calvary at Red Rock. Not as much as I should, but he's so hungry to learn about the Word of God and to learn how to read the Bible. It's just amazing. And you guys are the ones that made this happen for me, because for some reason or another, like, I just feel like spiritual healing from doing these shows. And notice that I haven't tried to sell any ebooks or ask you for super chats or anything like that. But I will ask you to please save, to like and subscribe to my channel and press that save button, because it does help me with the algorithm considerably. And we know that YouTube and Google, they don't really like guys like me because they're the thought police and they're the WHO people. So it really, really, really makes me happy that the fact that I've had, like, consistently throughout this show at least 70 to 80 people, but who knows how long it's going to last, guys. So let's keep going with the Brett Pike video, and I'll pipe in when I can. And if you guys want me to, I'll play it till the end. Give me a bunch of ones if you want me to keep playing Brett Pike's video till the end. Give me a bunch of twos if you want me to stop. And in this case, I'll let democracy decide as opposed to the constitutional republic.
If I was living in a matrix and I believed this matrix, then how did I allow that to happen? What limitations do I have in my own perspective that allowed me to be manipulated to such a degree? Now, of course, that's not a completely fair question, because when you're told something from the time you're a child,
Right,
by every authority figure, by including our parents who mean well, but they've come through the system as well, then, you know, who wouldn't think that way?
right.
But once you wake up, you have to say, okay, how can I prevent this from happening again? And one of the biggest mistakes people make
I
is
got to
they
make a
wake
head
up
call
and
real
they
quick,
cling
guys.
on
Be right back.
to the next person that says something that is true. And now, okay, this is the person I'm getting my information from, when really what they should be doing is reevaluating and developing intellectual self-defense. And what I mean by that is only accepting that you know something if you have first proven it to yourself. You could think things, but you don't know something until you've proven it to yourself. And you can do that in a variety of ways, and no one can tell you what your bar is. You have to set your bar. But getting back to primary sources, right? Figuring out what actually the people involved in events had to say on both sides, or all, there's more than two sides, right? On all sides.
Right.
And you can start to get different perspectives and start to piece together your story, right? Not his story, your story. Tell your own story because you are capable. You're a living man under God. He gave you this ability to think, to then learn the logical fallacies, right? This goes back to ancient Greece, but what is an appeal to authority? What is an appeal to emotion, right? What is a straw man argument? What is an ad hominem attack? And start to identify logical fallacies and arguments, because then you could start to identify when someone's trying to manipulate you. And by doing this and being consistent, you can actually start to use that intellectual self-defense like your own antivirus software.
Yep.
Where these viruses try to come into your mind, but you're able to filter them out and say, yeah, I know you're saying that, but I don't know that, and let it filter on through.
Hmm. I love that. Is so well articulated and such great advice. It's I have a running joke with someone who I would love to have on the show. I don't know, maybe you've heard of her. She's pretty well known, even if you're not into ufology. Her name is Linda Moulton Howe, and she was a longtime investigative reporter. But she talks about how reality has been classified in many ways. It's everyone is sold the public persona of what has actually happened, and meanwhile, the most important things that have gone on have been either covered up, hidden, or completely lied about, and agreed to maintain that lie, sometimes even made illegal to talk about, and we're seeing more and more of that prop up now. I mean, it's I'm continuously having my mind blown at, like, learning about something, and then, like an onion, all the layers to it, and then realizing that, wait a minute, that entire thing, that was just part of it. There's this whole other layer to it, and then doing the research, getting the book, or the books about something, and then getting the books that say why those books are flawed, and then having the courage to go through them all and sit with your own discernment and actually come to not a conclusion, but at least a very educated opinion that you could call knowledge, because you've gone and done all the work on it. It's great advice. And you mentioned something else that I know is part of your philosophy. Two things, and we're going to revisit both of them, but we'll put off the entrepreneur aspect of your schooling for now, because I want to go into a little bit about some of this, primary sources, you said, and how vital it is. I tell people, this goes for what's going on right now. Every time you see this event that is going to come out and get national coverage, whether it be a shooting or a report about something, look at what the people on the scene said happened first, before the news agencies can twist it, and then 2 days later it's a completely different story. You always have to look at primary sources before they can be kind of taken and changed, and I love that it's part of your philosophy, that you teach kids this as part of learning to learn. And I would love for you to talk a little bit about that. That's how you get into history.
Yeah, well, my background is as a historian, so I'm kind of lucky
Me
in that
too.
way, that when I woke up, I had really spent a lot of my life looking at primary documents, because I was always so interested in that type of thing. And then by doing that your whole life, you kind of get a sense of where information comes from and why people think certain things, and how to see if something is true to a relative degree. And so when I woke up, I started peeling the layers of the onion back. I said, okay, well, I was taught this one version of the world, and people are telling me there's this other version. So I just started peeling back that onion. And the more I peeled it back, the more I found out that the people that were the outcast and conspiracy theorists were actually generally more accurate than the people that
Anti-Semites. I said
and
it.
the anti-Semites were generally more accurate than what you were getting from the mainstream.
Mhm.
So that kind of became something I carried with me, and the logical fallacies. And when I teach my homeschool stuff, one of the things that I do is I have an entire course on critical thinking and discernment. And within that course, I write 2 fake newspapers. You have the Daily Cat, who, I mean, they're like the New York Times, they're like the
Mhm.
Washington Post, they're like Reuters, they're just despicable. And then you have the Bear Standard, which isn't perfect, but they attempt to have more journalistic integrity. So our students go through these fake news articles that I write, which is written within the world of Cubs to Bears.
Right.
So they read these fake newspaper articles, and then within every article, I make fake sources. So I primary sources, secondary sources,
Right.
like FBI sources, NSA sources,
Right.
all types of sources. Department of Agriculture, like Department of Labor, EDUs, Wikipedia, .orgs, .coms. So I make all these fake sources, which, mind you, took an.
Well, Wikipedia is basically a bunch of Marxist disinformation. Wikipedia is a joke. So don't believe anything you see or hear on Wikipedia. What a joke. Let's keep going.
Absorbent amount of time.
Mhm.
And the students, they read the newspapers, and each piece of information, they evaluate the claim. What is the claim the paper's making? Where are they getting that information? And they go back to the source material, and they read through the source material, and then they evaluate that source for themselves. And I can't tell them if it's a good source or a bad source, because ultimately they have to develop their own degree of discernment, and no 2 people will have the same degree of discernment. I might look at something and say, I think I've proven it to myself, and I know this to be true. And you might look at it and say, no, I still think it's bullshit. I need more.
Right.
And that's fine. Who am I to say you're wrong? But you want to dig deeper and deeper and deeper. So my students do that, and then as we read the articles, we also go through them, and they identify logical fallacies. And then they take all that information and they fill out discernment charts. So we have charts. I know, how I know, I think I know, and why I think that, I heard, and where I can look. And then based on what they're doing with their sourcing, with the logical fallacies, they're filling out these discernment charts, and they're actually visualizing the process of intellectual self-defense, that antiviral software, right there on the paper in front of them. And that's something that adults can do. That's something that anyone can do. And you can really train yourself to start to filter out some of the nonsense.
Yeah. And there is a lot of nonsense. I've been struggling with that with my kids, and I believe you have young kids as well, don't you, Brett?
Yes.
Yeah. A lot of our listeners, I'm sure, are parents who are in tune with what is really going on. And, I like to think many of my subscribers and followers are more informed than most. And so I know from experience, that it can be a struggle finding a balance between, instilling optimism and ambition, in my kids, while also educating them about how the world really works, what the truth of that actually is, the truth of our money system, and it can.
Well, first of all, it's not money. They're Federal Reserve notes, and they're backed by the promise of the same people who promised to keep us safe. Well, they flooded our country with over 20 million illegal aliens, obviously for the purpose of trying to fix elections. Think about that. Do you really trust the people who backed your currency with a promise, who also flooded your country with people who were released from prisons in Venezuela? Really? Give me a bunch of ones if you trust the government. Give me a bunch of twos if you absolutely distrust the government.
Can be depressing to especially if you have a kid who's sensitive. It's because it's not so rosy of a picture. And so, what advice do you have for, you've been giving some great advice, but if you want to speak directly to it, how do we arm our kids without making them cynical, disheartened, and jaded little, nothing against goths, but those little dark creatures.
I
we
love
see
my
walking
audience. You
around
guys
with their
rock,
shoulders
man.
slumped,
I
all
love you
in
guys.
dark clothes.
The reals.
Well, you never want to show them despair, and you want
Not
to
a
show them
single
all
one.
the beautiful things in the world as well, because the world is a beautiful place, and there are tons of people doing amazing things, not just today, but throughout history. I mean, we could talk about the Federal Reserve Bank and the corrupt things that people were doing at that time, and I can show you someone like the courageous and oft-forgotten Charles Lindbergh, not the pilot, but his father, who was a governor, I believe, at the time, senator maybe at the time, and he facilitated an entire congressional investigation into what he said there was this money trust, and they had control over what he called monopolistic control over the financial system. And he really spearheaded by himself this complete investigation into this trust. And it was so successful that the people of the country were outraged about what had happened, and they were calling for change. Now, the money trust very effectively utilized propaganda, and they said, we have that change for you. You need to get a rope around us. You need to control us with this Federal Reserve Act you could use to control us, right?
Is that how they did it? That was the poison pill. Wow.
And then Charles Lindbergh, he tried to get the word out. And he said, if this bill passes, this will be the greatest legislative crime in the history of this country. And he proceeded to write 2 books, one on the money trust, named names, talked about it, and a second book on how the money trust was behind getting us into World War I. And ultimately, his books, the printing plates, would be taken and destroyed.
Wow.
Right. So Charles Lindbergh, a great example of a historical figure. You have people like Henry Ford, who...
Curious, you're upset at me. I apologize, bro. This is my friend, Brett. I'm sure he'll forgive me. I've been on the show for almost 3 hours tonight. I've made multiple head calls. I'm just trying to have a good time, brother. But I'm with you, man. Just listen up. And I did look. I'm going to drop the link. I want you guys to watch this video, and I want you to make sure to like and subscribe to Brett and anyone else who supports him. But I'll drop this link for you. This is at like 42:03 into the video, so you can go back and watch it, brother. Like, sorry, man, I didn't mean to like interrupt. This is a legit video, man. But I just was trying to have a good time because I'm, Anyways, just watch it.
Absolutely embodied the spirit of everything that was Americana. God, patriotic man, a man who loved his country, who risked a lot for his country, who became this titan of industry and then used that to really empower people. When he sold his Ford motor cars, he didn't sell them at interest. He would not charge people interest. He let them pay in installments, and if you didn't make the payments, you have to get the car back. But he didn't charge you interest. He didn't get you in debt that way, right? A moral way of doing business. He paid his employees double. He paid his employees double what his competitors in the industry did. He had a team of people identify jobs, and this was when no one did stuff like this. He had a team of people identify jobs that blind people could do, that disabled people could do, and he hired blind people, disabled people in his community, and they were getting paid double what their able-bodied competitors were being paid, at other motor companies. He started the Ford apprenticeship program, which was a 4-year college program that he offered for free. He didn't charge tuition. The students learned on the machines. They would spend 2 weeks in the books and then 1 week on the machines, 2 weeks in the books, 1 week on the machines. And he paid them. It wasn't just free. They were paid a salary like the other employees.
You're right,
under the stipulation that they weren't allowed to touch the money. It had to go into a saving account. And upon their graduation, they would get access to that money so they could start their life with a degree, with money in their pocket, with presumably a job waiting for them at the Ford Motor Company. But if they wanted a job somewhere else, he didn't put an exclusivity in any contract. So they were able to go get a job somewhere else and say, I just got the best training in the world from the Ford Motor Company, which at the time was the standard of innovation, not only in America, but in the world. So you have America is filled with these incredibly brave, incredibly courageous, incredibly patriotic historical figures.
Wow.
You know, George Washington, right? Start with that. So there's so much to be enthusiastic about. So when we teach history, these are the things we talk about. And of course, we talk about the ugly, but we talk about the good, the beautiful. And then when we talk about the present world, you want to show them show your kids what the world is in an unthreatening way. And I kind of talked about it with the critical thinking course I do, right? Where, yeah, sure, they're reading articles by the Daily Cat and the Bear Standard, and they're becoming familiar with the manipulation and the corruption in the system, but it's in a completely fictional and friendly way. But it doesn't matter because they'll have seen it.
So, guys, I ding, 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 ding. Curious George. I don't mean to interrupt, but everybody give me a bunch of ones for Curious George. Curious George just earned his wrench. He is now a moderator. I don't know if that means anything to you, Curious, but please, with great power comes great responsibility. So please don't time out fellow moderators. The reason why they're moderators is because I asked them to come and join the channel because I think they're legit people. Curious, the fact that you didn't want me to time out Brett Pike tells me a lot about who you are as a person. You are now officially a moderator of Team MPE. Give me a bunch of ones for Curious George, and let's go ahead and give you a bunch of salutes. And salute. Thank you, Curious George, for supporting my friend Brett Pike. And we love you, brother. And you're now officially a moderator. Take care of business, brother, and time out all those scumbag communists like Dickbag Patrol who hate America, who hate freedom, and who think people who didn't do anything wrong against the law should be jailed or put in prison because you disagree with them. Yes. Thank you for supporting America. Semper Fidelis, brother. Let's keep going. Let's keep on watching Brett Pike, who I believe is a living prophet. I believe that Brett Pike is no different than Keith Green. Keith Green was a famous musician who died in an airplane crash when I was a youngster, and I believe that he was also a living prophet. And I hope that Brett Pike doesn't die in an airplane crash because I believe that Brett Pike, the man who introduced me to the concept of parallel systems, could be the one man who could save our children from tyranny. Semper Fidelis, Brett Pike. Let's keep going.
And as soon as they get into the real world, they'll say, wait a second, I've seen this before. I know what this is, and I could identify it.
It's
Hey,
intellectual
Brandy,
self-defense.
I'm so glad.
It's a perfect phrase to describe what
I
you're
got
doing.
that phrase from Richard Grove at Tragedy and Hope. I don't like to take his credit. I first heard him say it.
Hold on. Ding, 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 ding. Brandy Swaney. I see you here all the time on my channel. You are now officially a moderator of Team MPE. Again, the same speech. With great power comes great responsibility. Don't time out fellow moderators. The main reason I give people wrenches is so other moderators know not to time you out. I love you, sister. Thank you so much for supporting Team MPE. God bless you and your family on this Thanksgiving holiday season. God bless all of you in my channel. And yes, Keith Green was amazing. My father, I believe, was also a gifted man, and I believe that he was also, he was like the Paul of the biblical Bible. And if any of you have a chance, Google Keith Green and listen to some of his music. He was an amazing pianist, and I believe he was a living prophet, just as I believe that Brett Pike is also a living prophet. I really do believe that Brett is a living prophet. But honestly, guys, it's hard for me to butt in on him. Most of the time when I have guests, hold on a minute. Most of the time when I have guests come on my show, like I can see that they're kind of like not 1000% like able to captivate you. But with Brett, it's like I kind of have to cut in so people know it's my show. I love the guy, like not in a non-gay way. I'm really, really stoked that this guy came on my show. The guy you're watching in this video right now, I believe he is a living prophet in the nature of a Keith Green. Check out some of Keith Green's music. It'll blow your mind. When his plane crashed, my dad couldn't get out of bed for like 3 weeks. He was wiped out. It was a big deal. So let's get back into it with Brett Pike. Keith Green was truly a living prophet. Let's get into it.
Years ago,
Fair
and
enough.
I love it. And I think I've spread that to degrees, but I like to give him credit. But go on, yes.
That is kind of you. Fair enough. And no, it is apt for what you're doing. And you know, just like in self-defense or like, you know, boxing, you practice in a safe place, and then you learn to see the punches coming. And then when you get into, you know, an environment where you're sparring, then you know how to defend yourself. You know, it just comes naturally to you. And that kind of programming can be very beneficial to a human being, particularly in these times we're living in, intellectual self-defense and boxing for that matter. But self-defense in general is important to be able to have. So that's incredible. You know, there's so much about your philosophy that I admire, and your work that you're doing that I just have the utmost respect for. It's just the books that you've written, and you know, I know that, like myself, you know, you struggled a little bit in school, and I credit that more to the environment, at least in my case. And homeschoolers have an advantage of being able to follow the you know, the interest of the child, which is what I believe was naturally the way that we were taught. You know, like back when we were, quote, barbarian tribal, you know, people, and we didn't have things like suicide or depression or anxiety, and people grew up, and you know, my understanding and my intuition tells me that, you know, as a child in the village was coming up, if he took an interest in, you know, archery and creating arrows, you know, then he learned, he apprenticed under the person who was the best at them. You know, that you allowed a child to follow its natural inclinations and interests, which could develop into passions and great skill. And that is a recipe for success. It doesn't matter what culture you put it in my opinion, it is a human recipe for success, you know, and it will even translate eventually into financial success. And I believe that with all my heart. You know, it's something that I believe is also a spiritual truth. You know, if you pursue what you love and you do it regardless, you know, just for the love of it.
Absolutely. Give me a bunch of ones for the tatted out dude with the tribal tattoos. That's what it's all about, guys. Pursuing what you love, and hopefully it's something that's moral and just. By the way, guys, I think my mom is in this chat, but she doesn't know how to do the chat feature. But give me a bunch of ones for my mom for giving me the gift of life, that I could join you tonight and share my love of God and country. Give me a bunch of ones for Mike's mom. So, Mom, hopefully you're seeing this. These people all love you, and they're grateful that you were able to bless them with my presence on this crazy YouTube channel. Let's keep watching Brett Pike.
And you continue to get better at it. Eventually, it's going to find a way to take care of the rest of the things in your life. I think it's part of the rewards of following your passion. If you can just be patient enough and let go of, you know, the attachment to any kind of result that may come of it, but follow it for its sake, and as long as it's making you happy and you love doing it. So the fact that you have, you know, brought this into your school, I think is just remarkable. And I'd love for you to talk a little bit about how that works in your educational system.
Yeah, well, one of the best things that a parent can do is just follow the interest of your child. And it's awesome because any parent can do it. It just takes maybe a little bit of shift in mindset. But when your child shows interest in something, follow that interest and use.
All you parents, catch what Brett just said. Like, follow the interests of your child. That's something that I can really tell you as a son. And remember, my parents were broken up, but I live with my mom part of the time, my dad part of the time. both of them saw my interest in art and debate in martial arts, and both of them pursued that in my favor. So especially your single moms who are struggling, like, man, find a way to see what sparks your child's interest. Listen to what Brett says, because I honestly believe, that Brett is a living prophet. And the things that he is saying are just, if you're a parent and you love your children, listen to what he's saying. Figure out what it is that sparks your children, what turns them on, and try to find a way to morally develop their interest. Clearly, if they're into heavy metal or satanic crap, right, you want to find a way to figure out what it is that turns them on and steer them towards a moral and righteous and just position. And that's going to be up to you as parents, especially you moms, because let's face it, dads don't get it like moms do. But let's keep on listening to what Brett has to say. Hey, Plead the Fifth. Good seeing you, brother. Hey, Plead the Fifth is one of the reasons why you guys are watching my channel, because I'm going to be honest with you. Having a wife who expects me to support and provide for the family means that we have to find a way to support the family financially. Plead the Fifth and maybe 3 or 4 others on this show right now are among the few people who actually financially support Team MPE. So please make sure to like and subscribe to Plead the Fifth. And I appreciate you saying that about me, Plead the Fifth. But I'm not a legend. I am just a man upon the land who understands the goals and the wishes of the anti-federalists. I am an anti-federalist. I'm a natural law advocate. I believe that all of our rights were granted to us by our Creator, and that I was fortunate enough to have a father who was a United States Marine, who was just a badass dude and just forced me to go to church, even though I hated it. And a mother also who had unfortunately suffered a lot because of the post-traumatic stress that my father suffered, which she had no clue about back then, right? In the 60s. They had no clue what that was. But they both of them made sure that I went to good Christian private schools. And as a result, I had an extremely high IQ, or they developed my high IQ that was natural and my processing speed. And that's what enabled me to become a practicing lawyer with no, here, I'm going to use this as a pitch right now, because this is just too good. I am one of maybe 80 or 90 people at the time who became a practicing lawyer with no law degree or undergrad in the history of the state of California, the largest state in the union. And I honestly have to give 99% of the credit to my mother, who has an IQ that is higher than probably 120% of the population. My mother's IQ is insane, and my mother raised over 7 siblings because her parents were absentee parents. And my mother vowed to herself that I would never suffer the fate that she did. And as a result, from her helping me and protecting me from my father's rage, I became a lawyer with no undergrad or law degree. And you can get a copy of my book, a digital version of my ebook, by going to the homepage of @Michael on YouTube for $19.99. You can pick up a copy of my ebook. And I'm super stoked. She doesn't know how to join the chat right now, but I really want to give her a shout out. She's freaking awesome. And my daughter loves my mother like you don't have no clue. And she's always saying, when are we going to see your mom? When are we going to see your mom? Because most of you know I escaped from communist-fornia. I brought my children to a free state because I didn't want to co-parent my children with a piece of shit like Gavin Newsom and his communist Marxist scum that think that it's okay to emasculate children and inject them with hormones and try to convince them that they were born in the wrong body. But that being said, at some point, I'm going to find a way to get her to be out here with us. And that is my goal. So at least my daughter can be enriched by my mom. So hopefully, Mom, you see me here. And I'm not going to give your name because there are scumbags on here who would like to hurt me and my family because they don't like the fact that I support people who they don't like. And YouTube, I've learned, is there's a lot of people on here who just don't care about basic humanity. But Plead the Fifth, by the way, Mom, he supports my channel. Yeah, I do, of course, Salt Shaker, because obviously she gave me the gift of life. And all of you men out there who have a grudge against your moms, bury the hatchet, man. You're going to be pissed once she passes away. I've already lost one parent. My father died from Agent Orange from Vietnam. And he was a Marine, and I became a Marine because I wanted to be like him. But my daughter worships my mom, like worships her, like you have no idea. And yeah, Curious George, holding a grudge against dad is a rough deal, brother. And it's just something that happens. Thank you, Plead the Fifth. Plead the Fifth just threw me $10. You didn't have to do that, man. Look, the super chats and all that stuff is helpful, and it really more than anything, guys, is it buys me some insulation, because my old lady she doesn't understand why I'm always going live. But for me, I just want you guys to know it's because I'm really worried about my kids, like God's honest truth. And if I can get a couple of you guys on board to love your country in a country where the government teaches us to hate our country, then I feel like I did something that was of value for my wife and kids. Because once I pass, they don't have anybody to look after them but me. So it's a really big deal to me that you guys support my channel. So I'm going to go ahead and hold on a minute. Let me just keep on playing this video for you. I got to make a quick head call, so I'm going to leave you with Brett Pike for a minute. All right.
Use that to guide them toward some of the things that you want them to learn. So an example of that is I have a 14-year-old girl who is in our homeschool program, and she was interested in writing books. So her mother encouraged her to write a book, and she wrote this book, and she was in my class, and I started talking, and she brought up this book, and I said, well, publish it. She said, publish it. I'm 14 years old. So what?
Yeah.
Anyway, I started working with her. So she learned all about book publishing. She, how do you secure an editor? How do you do book formatting? How do you do the illustrations? Where can you secure these people? How do you file a copyright? All of these different things that go into the publishing of a book. And now she's published not only her first book, but she's published a second book. People, a farm, an idea, and a girl named Kristen. That's available on Amazon. A farm, an idea, and a girl named Kristen. Read the reviews. Those are real reviews from real people. She does social media marketing. So she's learning about social media marketing, bank account, opening a bank account, managing money. So she's learning one skill after the next just by following that interest. And you can do that. You can apply that same concept to really anything that your child is interested in. And one of the things that I do is I like to kind of create that culture from the time children are little. So I built out an entire financial literacy curriculum for elementary school. And we start the students where they're learning the terminology, they're learning the lingo of financial literacy, they're developing the mindset. What is the rat race? What does it mean to be an employee? What does it mean to work for yourself? And as they do it, we're actually guiding them step by step to learn through doing. So we guide them throughout the year to actually start their own lemonade stand, to really do business. And I just always keep up with that theme. We do lessons where they make things like an American flag out of a wood board. And then how do you sell that American flag on Etsy? Or how do you sell it at a farmer's market? So you're just developing mindset. You're getting the children experience, and step by step, you're really using this philosophy to train them to, become the masters of their own destiny, which, isn't that what education should
Absolutely
be about?
It should be, and it's no.
All right, guys. So just really quick, I'm back. Hold on. So really quick, I'm back. So I just got chewed out by my mom because she said, "Why are you crying?" Well, I got to let you guys know. So I'm in Nevada right now, and I have allergies being a Swede. So I do get emotional, but I'm not crying. I have like major like. So what I'm doing right now to control this is I'm taking bioactive silver to try to stop this, but my eyes are just watering like crazy. But I was on the phone with mom, and she was super stoked to see. She was like, "Mike, why don't you just," like, she was basically saying, "Yeah, I think maybe you should stop practicing law and do this full time." Hold on one second, guys. So silver, by the way, if you take a silver coin and throw it in a vat of milk, it will keep the milk from spoiling. And in the old days, that's how they protected milk. But I'm not going to lie, I do get emotional when I talk about my mom and dad. No joke. So, mom, you're partially right, but I'm not crying, at least not that I would admit to, because I am a Marine, mom. So you can't expect me to admit to that. But I just saw a comment from Brandy Swaney, and Brandy said, "I lost my mom, dad, and stepmom within 5 years, and I miss them." And that's something to cry about. Give me a bunch of ones for Brandy Swaney. Brandy, I am so sorry. I can't even imagine what that must feel like to lose both of them at this. It's like crazy to me. That's just nuts. So I'm going to try to figure out a way to get my mom to join us in the chats once in a while. She's a really legit lady. Like, she was, and is like just a really amazing woman. And I'm super, super happy that she's watching the show right now so she can see that her son amounted to something. And my mom has probably, like, her IQ level is off the charts. Like, honestly, like, her IQ level is higher than 0.00001% of the population, just like my daughter. And my daughter adores my mom. So I just want to tell all you ladies, look, I know that most of the people, thank you, Kevin. Right on, brother. And Kevin got his wrench the other day. By the way, give me a bunch of ones for Kevin. He got his moderator wrench. I don't even think I had a chance to celebrate that with him. I think I gave it to him ad hoc. But everybody give me a bunch of ones for Kevin. Super legit dude. Yeah, Plead the Fifth says don't take them for granted. They're not always going to be around. And the thing is, Plead the Fifth is not all parents are good parents. But I had really good parents. Like my parents, despite the fact that they were super young, like my mom had me when she was like 19 years old. Think about that, 19. And my dad was just back from Vietnam. He was all effed up from the war. And she wasn't prepared for that. Like some Marine from Vietnam, like 2 tours, he volunteered to go back because he was nuts. She wasn't prepared for that. So you can't hate your parents for stupid shit. But you young people, like, and you other people who have a grudge against your parents for divorcing, it took me 55 years pretty much to realize that it wasn't their fault. Like, they legitimately were young and they were kids. So I want you to think about that. Salt Shaker, thank you so much. And Plead the Fifth, legit. Yes, my mom was 21. Yes, and Plead the Fifth, you gave yourself away. Plead the Fifth sounds like somebody that was from Europe, maybe from the UK, right? Right, mate? All right, Jimmy. But yeah, you can't really, you got to look at it through the spectacles of today. And you can't sit there and hold on a minute, guys. By the way, if you have allergy problems, and I'm not recommending a brand, I'm not saying anything, but silver, colloidal silver is the way that you can sort of obviate a lot of problems. And I have like these Swedish, Norwegian, like bright blue eyes, right? So because of that, like, I'm super light sensitive. And it really, really helps kill like any kind of viruses or bacteria. let me get back on track. So anyways, hopefully we can get my mom, hopefully my daughter will teach my mom to get back in the chat. But the segue into this is, all you people, it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. Be so thankful for those of you who had good parents. And for those of you who aren't sure that you had good parents, think about it this way. Even if your parents were divorced, if your parents made sure that they went the extra mile for you to make sure you had a good life, and that their primary focus was on you, even if they beat the crap out of you, if they were doing it because they were terrified you'd end up in prison, try to give them at least the benefit of the doubt. That's all I'm asking you. Because I know for a fact, yes, that's right, F. F says local honey to remedy allergies. Well, I've been doing the whole deal with the honeycomb. What do they call that? I can't get into it right now, but yeah, guys. So, and my uncle is the same way. It is genetic. I am mostly, I would say, mostly Swedish. Every time my uncle would yawn, his eyes would water. But my mom's like, "Mike, you're crying. You shouldn't be crying." It just makes me laugh because, like, even though she's a woman and she knows that I get emotional when it comes to family and losing my dad, she's like, "Show your dignity, son. Don't cry." At least I have an excuse. I can say I have allergies and I can pull this out, Mom. So don't hold it against me too much. But I'm super happy that, like, she's grateful that I'm her son. Imagine being my mom. Think about this, ladies. I have like, I got kicked out of high school for fighting. And I wanted to be a Marine so I could be like my dad. And I have no undergrad. I went to Orange Coast College because Playboy magazine said that the hottest chicks went to Orange Coast College. Bee pollen, that's it. That's it, F. Yeah, bee pollen. So I do the bee pollen thing. I do all that stuff because my mother was a health fanatic, like Ferraro Farms. She had this doctor, I think his name was Dr. Wagner. And my mom had all kinds of allergies and stuff. So did I. So she made sure that I like learned organic foods. And it's so weird that I would become friends with Brett Pike, who is a homesteader who grows all of his own natural foods, totally is against any kind of like pesticides or sprays. And you guys are all just eating all that crap, thinking it's good, like Doritos, like filled with all this garbage. And it's just so crazy that I like grew up like raised and reared on that whole concept of natural foods. And of course the Beach Boys, the Monster Mash. Remember, Mom? Like your sister, like the Monster Mash. So cool stuff, right? So all you older people who are in my channel remember the Monster Mash, but good stuff, good stuff, as Johnny Carson would say. So anyways, guys, give me a bunch of ones for my mom. I'm not going to throw you her name. I'm sure that Dickbag Patrol can tell you everything about my family because I'm sure he's done all this research about me, because he hates me because I support the concept of individual rights and personal freedom. And to him, that is like the enemy of the American people. Thanks a lot, Dickbag Patrol, for showing your true colors is a piece of human living excrement. So let's get back into the show and look at what Brett Pike has to say about freedom, liberty, and the Bill of Rights, and being a good parent.
I wonder why so many kids graduating are just so completely ill prepared, for life, and you see that kind of across the board. There, I I have a master's, Brett, in acting because I came from the stage and I did theater and I did film and then I did commercials and TV eventually. But even a master's in acting does not in any fucking way whatsoever prepare you for acting in as a business in the industry. Now schools, I think, are finally starting to realize that, okay, everyone's graduating and really having a hard time, maybe because we're not teaching them anything about the industry, but you're just ill prepared. And I feel like the education system, that is general rule of thumb these days.
Yeah, I find it so funny because a lot of these colleges are realizing that, and they're trying to incorporate internships, not internships, but observations, as they'll call it, from universities into their education, and they'll have that for a
Joke.
semester. It's like, yeah, we used to have that. Everyone knew it. It was called an apprenticeship,
Yep.
Yeah.
where you would actually just go in with the professional. You would be their assistant, work for free for a few years. They teach you everything you need to know about that skill.
So that's what I did. I was a non-paid law clerk. For 4 years, I basically worked for free to learn how to become a lawyer without law school. And now the Marxist communist state says, oh, well, if you don't pay people, then, you need to be sued, or you need to have the IRS audit you, right? Like the Marxists, right? You know what I'm talking about, the people who run the education system. In other words, you can't have apprentices anymore. You can't, because the government will come after you. In other words, they want stupid mother effers. They don't want people to be intelligent. In the old days, you would have knights and you would have squires. That's gone now. Thank you, Gavin Newsom, New Scum, and all you Marxist pieces of garbage. Because in the old days, it was a blessing and a gift to have someone agree to teach you their trade and their secrets. Now, not only do they have to teach you, but the government is going to force you to pay someone. In other words, they want to make sure people are as stupid as F. Think about it. They want dumb mother effers. The government does not want intelligent people. They don't. If they did, they would allow tradition and history. I see all these beautiful hearts popping up as I talk. Thank you, guys. Give me a bunch of hundreds and hearts. Thank you, guys, because you know what I'm talking about. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. Let my mom see that. The government wants you to be stupid. They don't want intelligent people. They want idiots. They want dumbasses. They don't want you to be able to contest their control. Look at these assholes who have taken control of our government, like Nancy Pelosi. Like, her and her husband are billionaires. Her husband made his money by purchasing abandoned post offices. How did he get those contracts? Because of her. I mean, these people are scum. They're not real Americans. These people are the enemies of the American people, just like the news media that they control. But I want you to keep watching Brett Pike. And guys, I'm just giddy because my mom's watching the show tonight, and she's giving me a pass to say swear words, even though YouTube won't. But let's keep watching. We have a little bit of time, and as you guys know, I probably won't go live tomorrow. My wife took my son to judo tonight, and she's giving the sensei and the owner of the dojo a surprise gift to make sure they recognize how much we appreciate them. Even though we don't have it, we're going to give it to them anyways in cash. So they I don't want to get into it too much, but I just want you guys to know that Team MPE looks after the people who look after them. Let's keep going.
About the business side of things, you have a contract where it might be, yeah, it's a non-compete in this town, but you can go after these 4 years, you can go 1 or 2 towns over and you can start your own locksmith company, right? And this way you would learn, they would get help. And as a very young person, you can go and become that entrepreneur. And it's just funny to see the school system, which, kind of looked down on that, right? We're above that, realizing that, wait a second, maybe that was a better system after all. But, they don't get paid for that. So
No, exactly. They don't have the incentive. And so when your kids study science, you do it within the context of experimentation and prioritizing it and understanding of the actual scientific method. And I think that that's obviously very important. We live in an age where science and religion like to be, it's like which one is in which hand. They like to do that,
scientism.
It's crazy. They were shaming people for doing research when the pandemic dropped, right? They're like, well, don't look into it. I was just watching I think it was a bit that Jimmy Dore did, but they were literally shaming people for anything else, if you want to look into it, good for you. Yeah. But when it came to that, Don't look into this. Don't. You're not a scientist, okay? I'm like, wait a minute. I can read. I don't need to be a scientist to read. And the joke that Jimmy makes in his stand-up is, that's what we used to call that, reading. Now they call it research. Yeah, it's called reading. But talk to me a little bit about how what you see in your kids in their experience of this kind of environment, learning this way.
They love it. They love it. Children are naturally curious. They want to know about the world, and they could get interested in all types of things, from cars to hot air balloons to
That's it.
Pokemon cards. It doesn't really matter, right? To writing, which is cool. Photography, videography, and whatever it is, if you let them pursue what they love, then you really don't have to fight them because they want to do it.
That's it.
And
that's what it's all about.
You could imagine for anyone that hasn't done it.
So I want to throw something out at you guys. That's what he just said, nailed it. Like, my parents didn't fight anything that I wanted to do. I wanted to build motors. My dad let me build motors. My mom knew that I liked to cut out cutouts of dragsters and put them on my wall. She was like, go for it. So my whole wall on the third floor of our house in Corona was filled with cutouts of dragsters. So that's the deal, guys. Like, just, as long as it's not immoral, like, whatever your kids want to pursue, let them do it. Obviously, you have to guide it. But by the way, Mom, shout out for you. Like, all the stuff you did, letting me pursue my artistic desires. I wanted to go to art school. My mom let me go to art school. And I'll be honest with you, as a lawyer, the best lawyers are lawyers who think like artistically, because law is an art. It's a practice. It's not a science. Think about that. Law is an art. So all you people out there who are riding the fence about whether or not you should become a lawyer, if you're artistically minded, law is an art. Natural law, the law of your rights coming from a creator, that's all an art. It's like, until our creator is standing in front of us, all we can do is look at what we know in our hearts. So think about that. All you parents, let your children pursue the desires of their heart, as long as it's a moral desire, and help them and build those desires, build those interests, because once you're gone, they will have no way to support themselves. One thing I know is my mother knows that come hell or high water, that I will always be able to support my family until I'm dead. So that's something that all of you mothers out there, especially you single moms, should revel in. If you listen to what Brett Pike is saying, listen to what Brett's saying, all you moms, because most of us men who are intelligent know that mothers really run the roost. Keep listening.
Just imagine the difference in education between a kid where you're pulling their teeth and trying to get them to do something versus they're looking forward to, hey, Dad, can we go out there and learn videography today?
Yeah.
Right? Can we take that course, 14-day filmmaker, so I could learn videography because I want to make these videos about whatever it might be? And then from there, you just keep going with it. And it really is, in my opinion, the most powerful form of education.
Absolutely. God, I'm just imagining my kids, if they heard that about making videos, they'd be like, yeah, they would want to do that. What was I going to say? I had, so tell me how, because I've seen firsthand how difficult it is. And granted, it may be because of the material, but I guess I'm answering my own question as I go. But, the online aspect of this, I just saw what a colossal disaster online learning was during the pandemic, with being stuck in New York City, as I was at the time. I'm not anymore, thank God. With two kids, both of them with learning, quote, differences, and what a colossal waste of time and money, and just the whole, we're moving to Zoom.
By the way, I don't want to be a jerk or anything, but I just got a payment from Life Under the Microscope. I'm not going to give you his name, but I can say that it's similar to the archangel of the Bible. Thank you so much, Life Under the Microscope. Life Under the Microscope just purchased a copy a digital version of my ebook, which is My Journey to Becoming a Practicing Lawyer with No Law Degree or Undergrad, which took me about 3 or 4 years to write because I'm a lawyer and it's really hard to write a book when every second counts, right? So Life Under, my book is a digital book and it's through Google Docs. So I'm hoping that I can send it to you somehow through Google Docs, brother. It's interesting that we have so much in common as far as our, well, you know what I'm talking about, bro. It just cracks me up. And you didn't have to send me over the amount requested. I'll send you back whatever the overage is, dude. I'm not looking for anything other than my keep. But Life Under, yeah, it was through Venmo. I got it, man. I'm looking at it right now on my phone, and I really, really appreciate it. I didn't even know I had this. My wife actually set this up for me. So just so you know that I just now saw it. I thank you for your comment. And I just want everybody to know, because I've had like people accuse me, oh, you're just grifting, you're trying to make money. I want you guys to know, like, I've sold about 400 ebooks since I started my channel. And I just understand this. One case could equal like one car accident or truck accident, motorcycle accident, because that's what I do for a living. Just one of those cases could equal a lifetime of book sales. The reason why I'm trying to put these books out there is to motivate you guys to get off your butts and to pursue greatness. You're talking to somebody with no undergrad who became a lawyer with no law degree. And I've been able to recover over $200 million from my clients in Federal Reserve notes. Okay. That's to me, that's a lot. That's a big deal to me. That's a major achievement. And my mom will tell you right now that, like, I know she's super proud of me because of her background. And I think in a lot of ways, she's glad that I pursued the background of my father's side, except for their sternness and all that. But the point that I just want you to understand, like, I'm not sitting here for 3 hours or 4 hours on a live YouTube show because I'm trying to make money. I'm trying to share with you guys a little piece, a slice of my life, and reasons why you should be thankful and grateful for being Americans, and to be grateful and happy that you live in such an amazing country, and also to teach you that you don't have to bend over and accept what the Jekyll Island and all these scumbags have done to you and your families, and that you can pursue parallel systems. And I'm trying to create a parallel system. I'm trying to make you guys understand that we can all create parallel systems like Martin Luther King did. You don't have to shop at Target. You don't have to deal with BlackRock and all these scumbag pieces of garbage who want to force to tell your son that he's a girl, right? Or tell your daughter that she's really a boy. They can go to hell. You can join Team MPE. And if you need something, I can try to help you find somebody to help you with a t-shirt or some blue jeans for your kids who aren't communist pieces of garbage who want to destroy your children's brains. Like people like Brett Pike. Like, I can try to help you with your homeschooling program, or help you with a vegetable garden so you can grow your own food, where you don't have to spray your stuff with somebody that some politician put in charge of the FDA or the CDC, or put something into your body that has side effects that they wanted to hide for 75 years, right? Like, I'm that guy because I care about people. I want you to have a good life and for your children to thrive and survive, right? That's why I'm here. And yeah, if you send me a big case or whatever, great, because I earned it, right? Because God will bless me, but that's not why I'm doing this. If I wanted to get a big case, I would spend a bunch of money on pay-per-click in hope that I could get a big personal injury case, because that's what I do for a living. But no, I'm doing this because I care about my family, and I care about my kids, and I want them to have a good life, and I want to create a legacy that they'll remember. So let's finish up what Brett Pike has to say. But I just want you guys to understand, like, I'm not grifting. I'm not trying to make a bunch of money. I mean, yeah, if you buy a book from me, good for you, because I'm a guy, I slept on park benches so I could like become a lawyer with no undergrad or law school on an obscure program that like less than 10% of the people actually pass and become lawyers on the program that I'm on. And I did it. And I even became an extern for the California Court of Appeal. And scumbags like Dick Bag Patrol and all of his piece of shit friends, they can try to make up stuff and try to say that it's not true, but I can prove it. It's all true. And I'm proud of that. And I know my father up in heaven right now is looking down at me going, damn, Mike, you got your mom's spirit. I know that for sure. So let's keep on watching what Brett's got to say in his buddy. I love this show
thing and how that worked. And I know that I'm sure that most of your kids have to come in through the online portals. And I'm wondering how that works for you and if you found any trouble with it.
Yeah, well, we actually differentiate so parents have a lot of different options of things they can do. I mean, we're a homeschool curriculum, and when people sign up, they get access to all the lesson plans, the unit studies, the pre-recorded courses, and the live courses. And from there, the parents can really do what they want with that. So take science as an example. Later this summer, I have a science teacher. He's a teacher in the school system, but he is homeschooling his kids, and they actually work in my program. So now he wants to do some science for us. So he's going to be doing weekly live science experiments.
Nice.
He does the experiments. The kids also do the experiments at home, so he said, these are the materials you need. This is what we're going to, an easy example. We're going to make a volcano today, right? You need the baking soda, right? The vinegar. So that's like a fun thing where it's interactive. It's with the screen. The kids are doing it. We also have science materials like our scientific observation series, which the parent prints out. It's PDF. And for example, the children spend 30 straight nights observing the moon in the sky. And they take a photograph of the moon every night. They draw the moon every night. They chart where the moon is, how big it was. And they're actually studying the moon the way they would in the ancient world, right? You get out there and you observe it. And we have an entire series. One, they capture a bug and photograph the bug, draw the bug, write as many details as you can about the bug. We do a study into water. How does water behave, right? We don't tell them this is how water behaves. Put water in a pot, boil it, put it in the freezer and freeze it. What happens to the water, right? What happens when you make it hot? What happens when you make it cold? What happens when you take water and you pour it out of a cup? What happens when you put a straw into a bathtub and you blow bubbles? What happens? Does that air go down or does it come back up? So what is the relationship between air and water? We'll do a drop of water and air. What does it do? Do a drop of air and water. What does it do? Can you start to develop your own laws, right? What would you say? What are your theory of the laws that govern water, right? Take a hose and do water down a slope. Does water go up a slope or down a slope? How does water act on different surfaces? How does it act on grass? How does it act on dirt? How does it act on cement? How does it act on a plate? Right? And you can start to do all of these things physically in the real world and interact with them. And the children could really start to develop their own, first I call it observational confidence in their own ability to interpret what the world is around them. And,
just learning the power of observation and becoming intimate with it. It's a lost art, especially with kids these days. I mean, they'll observe the heck out of an iPad or a TV screen. We know that their ADD goes right away when it comes to those things. But yeah, man, that's sounds so powerful. I love it. It's very cool. It's
Very
so
cool.
that's so parents could really just take the lesson and then, like give it to their kids themselves. They don't have to, it doesn't it can kind of be customized for each and every kid.
Yeah, that's the idea.
That's awesome. That's really cool because I thought maybe it was like, all online, but so that makes a lot of sense. And let me ask you this. So if like, a billionaire philanthropist, I guess maybe there are a few real ones of those, like
Maybe.
somebody who's actually a philanthropist who cares about people. And you hear stories about this sometimes. If he came to you and he said, what if I built you a brick and mortar school? Would you, would you want to run a brick and mortar school? Is that something that you could see yourself doing, or is that part of, a dream that you might have?
Well, it's certainly something that in the future I might kick the tires on. And if I did that, it probably wouldn't even be one brick and mortar school. It would be to start to set up a series of
Yeah.
brick and mortar schools throughout the country and provide the proper guidance to parents.
Yeah.
Would be really cool. But right now, my focus is on building the curriculum and making it available to people in their homes.
Yeah.
And I wake up every morning and I ask myself, how can I provide more and more value to people?
Yep.
And there's a great lesson in that because you serve people and people will serve you. And
That's right.
that's how you make the world better. And that's how you make your life better. And if more people understood that and just start.
There's a verse in the Bible that says, like, if you give 7, you'll get 7 times 70. And it's true. The more that I try to help people, the more my life is enriched. And I'm not talking about financially, but spiritually as well, because the spiritual aspect is what keeps you alive and prevents cancer and prevents hardship and prevents pain and suffering. It's not just about money, guys. You're talking to a guy who's made millions of dollars, and I'm happier now than when I was filthy rich. And you can try to say that I'm making it up or lying to you, but honestly, I like driving a truck. I don't like driving my Maserati. People hated me and thought I was an asshole when I had an M3 or I had a Maserati. And I like cruising around in a Ford Ranger. It's cool. I like it. So what Brett's saying is totally true.
Started serving each other instead of the other things that people do, you'd see how quickly we could climb our way out of the hole.
That's very powerful spiritual truth you just uttered. I don't know.
Absolutely.
A lot of things in my life changed
liberating
very
Brett.
dramatically when I adopted that understanding, and just said, how can I give the gift of myself to this person without, thinking about what might come in return. If I'm going to give all my talents to this, let me do that and see what happens. And then all these things start to happen when you shift into that mindset. It's really remarkable. Life starts to get really magical, I think.
Absolutely.
I mean, people just send me presents sometimes. I don't, it's like, and you get it. You realize like, oh wow, I'm really making an impact on people.
Yeah.
They send me amazing things in the mail, but to them, it's like, I showed little Matthew how to start his lemonade stand.
Yeah.
And now he's doing all these cool things.
Yep.
So it's like you just serve people and people appreciate that. And
it's like tonight, my son's judoka, like he teaches the judo classes for free. And the guy who runs the dojo doesn't charge. But my wife gave them a love gift tonight, and I'm sure that they're grateful for that. And I don't expect nothing in return. Just the fact that I know that I did what God wanted me to do, because you have to make sure that people know they're appreciated, even if it's $1. If you're a homeless person and you give me $1, right, or Brett $1, I know that dollar to you might be worth $1 million to someone like a Rockefeller. That's the idea. That's the concept, right? I hope you guys understand. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys understand that. It's not about the dollar amount. It's about the sacrifice. That's all it is. It's just about the sacrifice.
Comes back tenfold your way. So it's if more people understood that, the world would be a lot better place, because they'd all start serving other people, and it would serve themselves.
Yep.
So
Absolutely. This well put. Brett, tell everyone where they can find you on social media, where they, where to go online, where they can find your books, where they could continue to keep up with what you're doing.
www.classicallearner.com. That's classicallearner.com.
Support my friend Brett.
That's
man.
where
awesome.
Homeschools Connected is. At the present moment, it's $15 a month, which is pretty affordable for all families. So classicallearner.com, you'll find Homeschools Connected. That's where our books are. And I am very happy to announce that today or tomorrow, we are launching for the first time. Our books will be available self-published, Americana, not Amazon, just self-published. We're doing it. I have a new book coming out along with that on You Are What You Eat Part 2, the GMO Square Down.
Nice, dude.
And today or tomorrow, depending on when my tech guy's ready, we will be releasing our first ever historical audiobook. This is on the life of George Washington. It was written in 1911, meaning it is not politically correct. It's really interesting to see how things were talked about before there was this pressure that you have to say things a certain way. You could really start to understand history. I have 2 more audiobooks coming out in the next 2 months. We're really spearheading this project. I'm working with a really great project director. And we're doing that along with we're accumulating. Right now we're doing presidents. We're accumulating their speeches, their writings.
Nice.
And we are putting them into audiobooks and making them available to the public for the first time. Turning point figures in American history that we are identifying. And I couldn't be more excited about it. So get to classicallearner.com, check out Cubs to Bears books, check out our first audiobook, and keep your eye out on that. Jump on my email list.
Support it, man.
And from there, you can see the little icons on classicallearner.com. You'll see my Instagram, which is Classical Learner. I have 2, Classical Learner for the homeschool stuff, or Cubs to Bears books. That's pure gravy. That's where you get the historical gravy on that. A little more exciting with that stuff. On TikTok, I'm at Real Brett Pike. I'm Cubs to Bears books. I am Classical Learner Publishing, new account I just started. I pop up like weeds, so they can't get rid of me.
Love it.
Twitter, I'm Classic Learner. Gab, I'm Classical Learner. I'm Classical Learner pretty much everywhere. So
it really is.
ClassicalLearner.com.
Awesome, bro.
Hey, thank you, Salt Shaker, for saying that. I really just like, in a straight way, I really do believe this dude is like a living prophet. There's no question in my mind.
America, 3 arrows wrapped in snakeskin were left at their camp, and they responded by returning bullets wrapped in snakeskin. Well, the exchange was with the Narragansett, who were the dominant tribe in the region, and they had been bullying the Wampanoag. So the Wampanoag saw an opportunity and formed a sort of military alliance with the Pilgrims, in which they agreed to protect each other from the Narragansett, and the rest is history. Well, over the next 50 years, there were all kinds of military alliances and fights. Tribes against tribes, settlers and tribes against other tribes. Well, land was often traded in exchange for military protection, but this would lead to misunderstandings. The natives often thought the land they traded was temporary. The settlers thought it was permanent, or the tribes would lie that land was their land when it actually belonged to other tribes. Well, this led to misunderstanding and conflict. And 54 years after the first Thanksgiving, the Wampanoag, the tribe at that Thanksgiving, launched an attack and started King Philip's War against the Pilgrims. Well, the Wampanoag would go to the Mohawk to form an alliance, but rather than help, the Mohawk massacred them because the Iroquois had their own interest in becoming the dominant tribes in the region. And that's what happened to the first Thanksgiving Indians. But that history, the real history, is not what Americans are taught in school, because there is an agenda to rewrite history through the Marxist lens of oppressed versus oppressors. In reality, history is extremely nuanced. The settlers did things right, and they did a lot wrong. And the natives did things right and did a lot wrong. And the proper way to study history is to have an honest conversation about the agency of each group and then examine and learn so you can know what not to do in the future. But the Marxist agenda wants you to only ascribe agency to one group and give the other group no agency at all. The oppressed versus oppressor worldview. And this is done because if they could alter people's perception of where they came from, they could manipulate the way they see the world today. And that's the real agenda. And it's why my course on the Thanksgiving story is one of my favorite that I've put together, as is my course on the Iroquois Confederacy. And I know people get angry because the true history triggers their indoctrination, but true history is awesome, and it's so important that our children learn it. And the Iroquois were awesome, but if you take away their agency, you actually disrespect the Erie people, the Susquehannock, and the Huron, all of who were massacred by the Iroquois during the Beaver Wars. Check out my private homeschool community and my books on how information is controlled, our rights, the history of fake news, the importance of healthy living, how the food system was corrupted, and so much more. ClassicalLearner.com.
Now, what a cool dude. I got to tell you guys, like, I am just so impressed by Brett, and I've been following him for years, and what a blessing it was to have him come on my show. So give me a bunch of ones for Brett Pike. What a cool dude. I mean, a man who puts his money where his mouth is. He's literally a homesteader. He grows his own food. He won't let his kids eat stuff that's been sprayed with all those chemicals. Like, in other words, he's the enemy of the FDA and the CDC. Think about that, right? Think about that. He's literally the enemy of the pharmaceutical industrial complex, but yet he's found a way to be able to work within the parameters to keep his channel going on one of the most left-wing, anti-American, in my opinion, platforms in the world, which is Meta, right? With Zuckerberg. What a piece of garbage that guy is. And he's been able to figure out a way. This guy, in my opinion, is a million times smarter than me, because I've been banned by those channels multiple times because I just flat out speak my mind. I've learned how to, like, just barely make it on YouTube, but I have been banned several times on YouTube, and I'm looking at a bunch of strikes right now. If I get another one, you won't hear from me for another couple of weeks. So I really, really appreciate you guys supporting my channel and understanding that my mission is your mission. And yes, I am a lawyer, but my background is in construction and being a Marine. And because I got injured in the Corps, I got out, got my contractor's license and build homes, because my dad was a home builder, but I didn't really want to do that because my dad wanted me to do, right? So I got into sales, started a couple of health clubs. I helped start the LA Fitness off of San Diego Canyon Road there in Anaheim Hills, where I kind of grew up partially, and was really good at sales, became number one everywhere I worked. And I just learned a wealth of experience by learning the human condition, about how people are, and a desire to help people, especially moms, single moms, because I come from a single mom. And I'm here to try to help you in any way, shape, or form I can. I am a lawyer licensed in California and Texas. So if you've been involved in a catastrophic accident, I'll do my best to help you. If not, if you have another legal issue, I'll try to find a lawyer in your state to help you. But I'm here to help you in any way, shape, or form that I can, especially if you have kids, because I want to make America a better place and restore the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And so I'm super, super grateful that you all showed up tonight. And I will take a look, at Dr. Shiva. Please reach out to me at circleoflegaltrust@yahoo.com. Any of you all who want to talk to me, and I'll do my best to try to communicate with you and come up with a game plan. Brett suggested that I start doing wills and trusts. If you guys think that that's something that I should do, maybe that'll be my out to get into something different than car accidents and motorcycle accident cases. But in the meantime, that's what I do. That's how I support my family. If you guys want to donate money, I guess Life Under just showed me that you can donate money to What's this channel Life Under that you sent me? Fudge. Well, he sent me Venmo. Thank you, by the way, brother. I'll get you your book, but you need to reach out to me or I'll reach out to you. Shoot me on Venmo your phone number because I don't know how to send you a Google Doc book through Venmo. And I don't have a hardcover. All I have is the digital version of this, which I sell for $19.99. You overpaid me, but I can tell you're a legit person and you know I'm not going to screw you. So I appreciate your support. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats and the super stickers and all that. Really means a lot to me. Very, very grateful. And guys, I doubt I'm going to go live tomorrow because I got to celebrate with the fam. But Mom, thanks for joining the channel tonight. If you're still here, if you're still on the channel, I love you, Mom. And hopefully my daughter can teach my mom how to get into the sidebar because my mom is a fiery person. So should be cool to see some of her comments. But with that being said, guys, make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to save because you never know when the thought police are going to take down this channel. And thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Roger. And thanks, Curious George. And thanks, F and Life Under. I got to thank everybody. Thanks, Brandy, for sticking it out. Plead the Fifth, of course. Thanks for your donations, man. It means a lot to me. Guys, thank you for supporting my friend Chili as well. I was really pissed, because people keep on, they're so happy that somebody they don't like is getting falsely accused, falsely imprisoned, losing their ability to make an income because they don't like him as a person. And that reminds me of everything that our founding fathers were against. The concept is that in a democracy, that's when two wolves and a sheep show up for lunch and decide what's on the menu. In a republic, which is Team MPE, it's when two wolves and a well-armed sheep shows up to contest the vote. And that's what I am. I'm the well-armed sheep. I'm the guy who shows up to contest the vote with my Glock 19 or my Glock 21 or my FNP 45. That's the difference. And we all need to be well-armed with knowledge as well as bullets to protect our families and kin. And we're all kin if you're a part of Team MPE. So show up for Thanksgiving to your family tomorrow. Don't argue politics. Talk about the blessings that you have as family and friends and try to support one another. Curious George and Brandy and all you guys. Gosh, there's so many of you, man, that I have to thank. But I'm tired. I'm burned out. I'm burned out, guys. You saw my shows, the last couple shows. Please make sure to like and subscribe and make sure to go back and look at all my shorts and lives and give me some love. But with that being said, always save too for later. Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to save because we never know when the thought police are going to take down this channel. Semper Fi, do or die. I'll talk to you guys.